Baby like, ooh, ayy. Finally got that deal, got it in my hand. Ooh, ayy. Like how you tryna buy who the hell I am? Keep your cash, I'm not that bro. I won't sign no contract like you do. Y'all are looking so stealing niggas, it's all like hoes. Throwing cash in Lambo. I'm independent till I'm dead with the music in the
streets. I always sing that. We're rocking and rolling. We already got Game in the house and Adam in the house. So, what's going on, dude?
Nothing much.
Why
you can hear me? Okay, right? Something came up on my thing that said something about my mic.
Oh, did it? Oh, yeah. I can hear you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I had to fix something. I had to hit the unmute button for one, but something else happened to make it go into the mute mode, so I don't know what it was.
Huh. I don't know. That's I don't know.
No.
But we're doing good now.
No.
We're race cars. I love this. Okay, guys, I got a soundboard just to let you guys know.
I don't find that funny.
I don't either. No, I don't. But I got a soundboard, guys.
Is he laughing at what I just did?
Whoa, we lost 2 geckos. What do you mean we lost 2 geckos?
Want to see another magic trick? You want to see another
Power out
no,
for
Andrew,
18
stop,
hours.
Please.
It's called pulling the little cable
Whoa.
over there and see what happens.
That's not cool, Adam. That's not cool at all, dude. What's up, Tanisha? That's not cool. Power out for 18 hours and you're not in the warm.
No. His power's off for 18 hours today. That's crazy. He told me this morning.
Yeah.
Adam.
It's so hard to say the plan for it because, I mean, you get a generator, you got to have propane or gasoline. And, oh, geez.
Well, you know what else I was saying? I told him to get people. That's one thing I wanted to address here is people need to be. It's hard to prepare, but calcium chloride. You know, you got a water bottle this big. You put this much calcium chloride in the bottom. You fill the rest with water. It gets to 130 degrees. You could set it in between tubs, make hot spots on both sides of the tubs. You know, on the middle of the tubs.
That's a good idea to keep stuff on like that. That's one thing I do hate about living in Wisconsin and the colder states is I have a problem with every 3 or 4 months, I'll have my breaker break because if for some reason all the racks decide to turn on at the same time and everything turns on at the same time and it trips. So sometimes my racks and everything are off for like 3 or 4 hours, but it never goes under 70 degrees because it's in the house. Yeah. So I'm lucky enough to have that, and Wisconsin's not known for power outages. Knock on wood.
Yeah, we're pretty good here usually too, but it's happened where we've lost power for a week.
If I lost power, I don't know what I would do. I would have to get generators because I couldn't move my collection that quick. I just couldn't do it.
Well, you got a huge collection. That's crazy.
I would actually go get propane heaters and heat the basement and try to push the air in there. That's what I do. And then vent them out some way, or I don't know.
Well, I have one of them too. I have one of them little jet-like propane heaters. If I just keep the airflow, it'll be pretty good. But I can heat a room up to 100 degrees.
Yeah, I got a new soundboard. This is cool. So when we talk about stupid people and stuff, we can do stuff like this. I can do funny stuff. Funny. I don't know how to turn it off once I start one though. I got to run through the whole thing. But like giggles. So when someone says something stupid. I didn't realize power was out until I got up at 8 a.m. Bad thing happened, sucks. But we move forward. That sucks. Losing geckos for something like that. I hate it. I hate hearing that. I hate hearing that someone lost geckos, especially someone like Adam that has such great things going on.
He loves his stuff. Yeah.
Oh, that Asshat's video. He'll probably be watching this. He'll probably comment on this. He always does now. He just doesn't. Okay, someone. Okay,
can I address something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I called him an idiot.
You called stupid.
Okay, I called him stupid, and that is because he said he wanted to breed it because of the look. All right, because he likes the look. Well, here's why I called him an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot just for wanting to breed him. I called him an idiot because he doesn't understand, for some reason, doesn't sink in his head. They're trying to take our rights away from us from keeping these reptiles. And if you start breeding problematic animals that get tumors and suffer and all this, they're going to say we're irresponsible as reptile keepers, and it's just going to give more fuel to take our rights away because people like him aren't using their noggin. I'm not saying he's a stupid man because he's a highly intelligent individual. I mean, he's got a degree. I believe he's got a degree in freaking how to do market stuff and stuff like that. That's probably why his channel does so good. I don't know if he does though. I'm just saying.
I'll tell you this: marketing's easy. Getting a degree in marketing's stupid. I'll tell you that. And just because someone's intelligent, don't mean they're not stupid. We were talking about this earlier. Just because they can have an IQ of 200 and be stupid. To give you an example, the marketing that he does and all the other stuff, I mean, you can learn all that on YouTube. I do know his past. I do know who he is. I won't say the stuff. I just won't do it. I don't care to say
that's his past.
But I mean, he's too stupid for his own good. He thinks, I got a hold of this, and he just wants views. If it was about the hobby, he would do what's right for the hobby. If it's about views, then he's going to be controversial. And I'll give a perfect example, guys. I'm friends with Tom McDonald. Okay, Tom McDonald, he's a great guy, but he has songs out there that talks about he doesn't want to talk about guns, drugs, and alcohol and stuff like that. He wants to be a controversial rapper against politics and other things, right? Well, now he's doing a collab with Calhoun, and he's talking about drugs, alcohol, and guns. And someone called him out on it today. And he goes, I'm just doing it today. Because his business is to get people to listen to his music to make money, to get views. That's what all this guy is. He just wants views. He doesn't care about the hobby. He doesn't care about the geckos. He doesn't care if he gets 20 that die. He doesn't care. He just wants views on that channel to make him feel good about himself. And let's be honest, 3,500 subscribers is nothing. 10,000 subscribers is nothing. 100,000 subscribers, you could start kinda. 100,000. 1 million subscribers? Okay, now we're talking, you're getting 1 million. You want to know why 100,000 subscribers? Do you know how many people look at YouTube?
Billions.
Brian Barczyk does controversial stuff because he wants views. That's why he does it.
Here's the thing that gets me, though. If you go over to YouTube and you type in anything, pretty much anything about leopard geckos, like leopard gecko care, whose videos come up?
Leopard Gecko Care. I say Matt's. I don't know. I haven't searched for it.
His come up. The first 5 or 6 of them are his. And then people are going to be getting the wrong information. That's what gets me.
Well, then we go back to what Wally says. Someone's got to make new videos. And I do have a friend, David's doing videos. Bubba's channel is awesome. If you guys haven't checked out Bubba's channel, it's actually in the description here. Go check that out. I love Bubba. David is he's good people. I love him. He's my homie. But it comes down to time, and this guy gets to sit at home while someone takes care of everything else. And this is what he does, and this is what he's got planned to try to make a living. So he has to get the views. He has nothing, and I'll say it right to his face. He can be watching this right now. It has nothing to do with the hobby. It has to do with him getting views so he can make money. You ready for this, guys? Do you see my face in any of this? Any of the stuff? It's geckos. It has nothing. You got my name. But ready for this? Yeah. Andrew, who gets first billing? You never even told me this. It has nothing to do with me. I don't care. It doesn't care. It's about the hobby, and it's nothing to do with the hobby to him, and he doesn't care about the hobby. He doesn't give. I mean, he told me. What the funniest thing is in the video where Evolved Exotics, is it, or the Evolved guy? He posted on there what a raptor was, and I tried to tell him the P part stands for patternless stripe. He said I'm a funny guy. Now watch, I guarantee he had no clue what patternless stripe is when I made that post. He will now research it on Leopard Gecko Wiki or something. He will make a video about it, act like he knows about it the whole time.
Yeah.
And that's my problem with him. He doesn't get it. Like he thinks he knows clown or G Project. I mean,
it just, and then for his, when I did say that, for people to come and tell me I shouldn't call him stupid is wrong, because he's not. I'm calling him stupid, not intelligent wise stupid. I'm calling him stupid because of the things he's doing, bringing attention to something that does not need attention brought to it yet.
Yeah, I mean, I wish he just, honestly, I keep saying this. I keep saying this over and over. I keep saying he could do so much good. But for some reason, YouTube takes people and makes them worry about views.
Mm-hmm.
I do this channel. I do this, and you do this. I try to put it out there. I could probably do a 10 times job because I market for a Fortune 500 company, a Fortune 50 company. I could probably do this really well. One, I don't have time. And two, it will get out there. It will eventually get out there. My stuff is going to, and your stuff is going to be out there. Mm-hmm. We shouldn't have gotten off topic and given this. I know he's an idiot.
Correct.
Let's talk. Oh yeah, Josh's topic. I do want to talk about Josh's topic. Let's do that.
Can I mention one thing first?
Sure, go.
The America Competes Act. They're slid in there. They want to outlaw all our freaking geckos and shit and everything. If it's not a dog or a cat, they want it all gone. So you guys need to call your congressman or join USARC. Do whatever you can to get as much information on the America's Competes Act.
Yeah, there's always something on the books, and we just got to keep up with it. And the best way to do it is join USARC. They're on it. I'm going to give you an example why someone that donates animals to auctions is an amazing person. Okay, I do it all the time, but Ryan McVeigh said something that really hit home with me. He made a big post about it, and he said, "What's better for USARC? All the money we're sending them from these auctions, it's going to help them. It's going to help them. And then they're going to go to these court systems and go, we have 1,200 members that we're representing. Or do we want to get the auctions can stay? And if we have to take away a little bit from the auctions and get these people to be $5 a month members, and then go and say, we represent 1.2 million people.
Yeah, that makes
what sounds, this is different.
1.2 million people is like, holy crap.
So
they got a movement going.
What I'm thinking about doing on Orner Exotics, and this is something I'm thinking about doing, and I got to figure out how I can do it. I got to talk to USARC. Is every time someone purchases a gecko or something, I got to figure out the details. I will just purchase them a year's membership of USARC. Mm-hmm. So we get the members up instead of giving them to 10%. I was going to do 10%, 15%, 20%. I don't care. But I was going to do where it's like, hey, guess what? Let's get you that $5 a month is what? $60 a year. You're buying a $300 gecko. I'm going to go ahead and get you a membership instead. Instead of giving you a 10% discount, I'm going to buy you a USARC membership.
Yeah. And I think a membership is only $40 for a whole year or something like that, or $60. I don't know what it is. And then you can make them a member. Yeah, and then send it right to their house. All their stuff they need. Yeah,
exactly. And maybe we can, if I get it, selling $100. Yeah, selling $100 gecko might not work, but if I'm selling a $500 gecko or a $500 group of geckos, giving that person a membership, that's huge. And then I can get the information from them, and I can sign them up. I can pay for the membership, and then give them the details in the box when I send the gecko. Mm-hmm. Or the geckos. I'm working out them details. I got to get a hold of USARC and see what we can do about that. I don't want a discount from USARC. I just want to make sure that we're going to have something like that.
When you figure out the information, you need to put it out there so I can use it too. Because I was thinking of something similar. Yes.
And I have a problem with that where I know the Patreons, and we want to do that, and I would like to make a little bit of money from Fauna Radio, but I tell everyone it's go give it to USARC. That I do it every single time. Go give it to USARC. That's why I'm saying is I'm not for the views, but I should be. Whatever. But we got to get on that topic. Line Bred Traits. Line Bred Traits. Something a buddy of mine, Josh, posted up something asking what can what you consider to be a tangerine. What level of orange does it need? And
where was this at? Because I missed that.
Leopard Gecko enthusiast, I think.
Oh, I think I did see that earlier.
I think that's what site it was. Because I found, hey, what's up, Moon? And so I didn't post on it for a few days, or maybe a few hours. I don't know. I was late to the game, and I put well, we can't consider super hypo tangerine the level, because tangerine just says orange. So is it any more orange than a normal wild type gecko? Because wild type geckos are ugly. So if they have a little orange, is it tangerine?
Gecko Breeders United is what it was, I guess. That's what.
Okay.
Game of. I just started that.
There we go. Yeah, you just started, so it's there.
I hope everybody's in it. You're what's the name over there too, a moderator. So
yeah, I'm over there.
Invite your friends, everybody, to it.
So I didn't know what to do, and then we started getting into naming lines. Like I said, mango, but mango was a yellowish gecko, but I've seen someone use it for a tangerine, and I'm like, this is the perfect point. If I take my bloodline is directly from JMG's line, my blood, but I get bloods that don't look like classic bloods, and they're bred from classic looking blood. So I can have a classic looking blood, breed them together, and I'm going to get a gecko with pattern. Intense black pattern with orange. It's intense.
I like
is that a blood? It's from the bloodline, and it's blood to blood. So is it a blood? And then if I take, let's say I take Inferno and I inject it in there, and I take, let's say Electric, and I inject it in there, and I take two more others, and do I have to name it? This is a blood Inferno Tangerine. Name all 5 lines? No, that's when people go, this is now my line. That's all of them are. That's Electric's a mixture of a bunch of lines, and Inferno's a mixture of a bunch of lines. So I have trouble with lines. I understand it. The Black Knight's the same way. There's Black Knight. There's Carbon. I have a melanistic. I even have, and add into the BS. What else is there? Black Pearl. I can't think of them all. But
Charcoal.
They're all they're all lines of melanistic. So, but what defines it? The Black Knight's a big one. Does it have to be black? You could breed a black gecko to a black gecko, super dark, and you'll get normal looking geckos. So here's the mango. The mango is the foundation male for a project to make them not tangerine anymore and yellow in the tails. Our issue is, when do we call them something other than Tang radars? That's a tough thing. I mean, how I wanted to do it when I back in 2006, I had this dream that people would just say, this is back in 2006, I still owned Pro Herps. So I was going to say, this is a Pro Herps radar. Not that it was my line, but the gecko came from my collection. So if someone was breeding Pro Herps radars, they say, well, this is just a bunch of Pro Herps radars, or this is a Pro Herps Tangs. And back then, 2006, I had Enigma was big. I bred Enigma. I'll admit it. Back in 2008, 2009, I was breeding Enigma. These Enigma bells are Pro Herp line. And when I said Pro Herp line, it just meant that it came from me. The lineage came from my collection. Now it's like not so much that. I don't know. Yeah, hit the thumbs up. I can't hit the thumbs up. I can't hit it. I'm not even on that page. Oh, I got
them both open so I can hit it. That's what I do.
Let's see, I didn't hit it. See? I love this. I have that. There's got to be a number of generations you can start calling them something. Then the number of generations. I'll give you an example. I mean, what if you get 2 generations and it looks totally different? But let's say someone has 8 generations and it doesn't.
Now, like when you're starting a project, let's say, and you're going to line breed something, when do you decide? Like, he's got a good point there. When do you decide to say, this is this, it's not that no more? Like, if you change it in a way.
I don't know if how many people here, I mean, I'm sure some here listening are going to know this, but when you breed leopard geckos and you have this idea, it rarely goes to that idea.
No,
You
yeah, 'cause
usually
it
get these
slings
branches
off to something
forks.
else. Yeah.
So, I mean, I've been told that my bloodline with pattern with the black should be named something else because I'm breeding for that now.
I think it's the greatest looking line there.
I don't want to name it because I'd be adding to the BS. It took me a lot to do the clouded thing, and I'm like, so I actually purchased Black Knight to make sure it was not, the same thing. And I got people that looked at them and said they're brown, and I'm like, I know, and I still haven't marketed them. I only close friends have clouded stuff, and I don't charge an arm and a leg for it. I mean, I don't. I'm just like, I would rather see what the project can do and see what it does in your hands and see what it does in Dylan's hands and see what it does and what we can come up with it. That's more important to me than making $5,000 a gecko. It just is. And I nothing against people trying to make money because I make money selling geckos. I do.
Now, the bloods are they the same bloods I got with the real dark spots on them like that?
Yeah, I have them. Your line came directly. Yours is what, 2 generations from M7, I think, if I remember right. But I do breed. I do have some. I breed for the classic bloods, and I breed for another one for pattern and that intense black. And the intense black markings make the orange pop. I'll tell you this now: my classic looking bloods do not sell for anywhere near what the ones with patterns.
Okay,
no, not even near.
Because the ones I got when I post pictures of them, which are the ones with the patterns, I get questioned all the time. You sure those are bloods?
Yeah, it's because the blood.
Like, yes,
because the classic blood has spotting on the head. Nothing. It's a super hypo tangerine, and then the carrot tailing can start. And they're dark, dirty animals. When they're adults, they're dark. They're actually ugly as adults. But that's why people started making blood. That's why JMG made black bloods. Hey, folks,
Leo, how you doing?
See you live again. We need more wacky Gary. Wacky Gary, yes. I'm always wacky.
Okay.
Maybe one day I need a het free clouded. I'm close. That was one of the things I might. Now people are going to get really angry to have some clouded stuff. I might not breed clouded as heavy this season as I usually do. Because I'm just making a bunch of Gen 1 and Gen 2 stuff. Because I go by generations. I'm like, this is a Gen 2 or a Gen 3 to a Gen 2. The male that I thought was pure is not pure. It turned out to be head eclipse.
Eclipses and everything, isn't it?
That's where the clouded came from. It's eclipse. The original trio that produced it was eclipse. All of them were eclipse. And the whitest geckos from there to make the darkest geckos. And then I kind of don't breed M1 anymore. M1 is the original male, and the female 16, I think it is, was the original female that produced. She don't breed anymore. I don't breed her anymore. She's done. But she's not going anywhere. I won't sell them. So don't ask. Don't send me messages. No one's getting them. They're staying here. I am going to breed the sister because it is a sister to my stuff, the Super Snow Raptor. I'm going to breed her once, but I'm going to breed her to like a Gen 3 to see what I get out of her. So I have her.
I forget what generation mine are. I got it written down because you sent it with paperwork. I got it all somewhere.
The white and yellow. The white and yellow popped out of stuff. That the clouded. I want to see how it affected the white and yellow, and it, as you see, that's a Gen 1 white and yellow stuff, and it was really cool. It's a really cool stuff. And that the cloud is not Gen 1. That's the first time I injected white and yellow into it. So it turned out pretty cool. So everyone's got lines. Every single soul's got lines, and they got projects and this and that. When can you name it? I told Heidi, when someone can say, "Hey, that looks different than anyone else's stuff."
That's okay. Now I'm going to be honest with you. Heidi's bolds, you can look at a table and pick hers out. No kidding you. You can definitely do that.
I love Heidi's bolds. I've been told that about my bloods, that the ones with patterns should be named something different. I just don't want to add to the BS. Now I do have Emerine bloods. I do have regular bloods. I do have, and everyone's like, "Oh, Emerine bloods. You put Emerine in there." Emerine came from Tangerine. It came from the Tangerine lines, and people just seen the green. They started breeding for it. That's all it was. So, and I mean, think about it. Clown has orange in it. Is that a tangerine? They got orange.
Yeah, I know that the male blood I got. He's now every time he sheds, his color changes.
That's what I'm telling you. Your blood.
Yeah, the male.
Yeah, he'll change.
He finally got that freaking guy head on him now too. He's kind of. I love how their heads change when they get to a certain size, and then they're like, "That's it."
Yeah, the bloods. You'll see that they might dirty up. The M7 hasn't dirtied up. He's been that way. He's like 7 years old now. So I don't know. I don't know when you can call him something different. I mean, I got purple head. Let's see. We got purple head, tangerine, extreme emerine male, and he tosses some killer babies in a lot of variety. That's what I'm saying. I mean, you can take a line. Let's say you take a line of tangerine, you keep breeding them, and they look better because you breeding them so long. Let's say you breed them for 10 generations, and you look better than the original. Can you rename it?
Well, let me ask you this then: how long do you keep a baby before you decide if it's going to go? Like when you could figure out what it's going to look. When you can figure out in your head and say, "Well, this is going to look like this."
If I'm starting out, I wait till they're adults 1 year. I wait till 1 year. Now, if for myself, I let stuff go all the time. I kick myself. I'm like, I shouldn't have let that one go. I shouldn't have let that one go. But you can't keep them all. But I mean, if you're just starting out 1 year, yeah, you're going to see it. They're going to look their best at 25 to 35 grams. They're going to look amazing.
Yeah.
And then at 40 grams, and then you got to remember, females go through a color change when they're breeding, and certain tangerine lines, like the atomic line, tends to brown out. And they do. They just look ugly. And I mean, I don't want to say ugly, but they just do. Is emerine possible in non-tangerine geckos? My understanding is that it's the lavender and normals, but the orange pigment, you get the green. Am I wrong? Well, I've seen people to say emerine now, but it originated from the tangerine stuff.
Hello, Heidi.
So can you have emerine? People label them just emerine all the time. But when you breed emerine, you will get hues of orange. That's why a certain somebody, when he says, "Oh, I got tangerines that have hues of green," well, that's what they do.
Yep.
I bred him to one of his daughters this season, and that's where the funky red stripe emerine tang. That's what I'm telling you. The red stripe in the tangerine is awesome. And there's Heidi Bold stuff. We got Heidi Bolds.
We were just talking about your projects, Heidi.
What's maybe it's when you get consistent results and look different. But see, Leo, that's what I'm saying is, let's say you get something. It's basically take any tangerine line you want, and you breed it for 10 seasons. You're going to have a better looking animal than you originally started with, and you might look better than the original breeder that doesn't work with them as much as you put your time in. Can you rename that line? And let's say you just kept it pure the whole time. You just kept working it in and working with that line, and didn't put any other tangerine. Could you change the name? I've been working on my bold tempered tangs for quite a few years. Only in the last couple seasons have I started calling them that, but that is just my project name. It's not a specific line name yet. It's Heidi Bolts.
That's what I said. She's got some. I tell you what, breathtaking bold lines.
And that's when I honestly feel that you can name something for sure, without a doubt. If people you can line up your geckos in a lineup, and someone can go, "That's from so and so." Then that is a time you can say. But when I started breeding leopard geckos, that way I thought lines was like, "Oh, this is Gary Orner's line of radars," because he's been working with these radars. It may not look different. It's just that's kind of, I don't want to say it like pedigree. Like in dogs, it's like, this is the Orner line of radars. So if you don't want the Orner line of radars and you want to outbreed it, we're going to go to Heidi's line of radars now, and we're going to buy some Heidi line radars. So this doesn't happen. But Heidi goes, "Well, I do have Orner line radars in here at 5th generation, so people could track what breeders bred what." That's what I was thinking. And then when I got in the leopard gecko game, they're like, "Oh no, that's not even close to what it is."
maybe we should start a pedigree just like they did with the cornsnakesregistry.com thing. Remember that? Years ago?
Yeah, that failed so bad. Yeah, see, and Adam agrees it's you can't change it if you keep it pure. I definitely seen some consistency, but I'm still not ready to say it's an official line. That's cool though. I say Trevor Reverse Stripes. I love my bold. Let's see, my bold Tremper Tang from Heidi, hoping to get a girl for this. That's what I'm talking about.
Yep.
And if you can look at a gecko and tell what line it's from, you might be a gecko addict. Yeah, I can do that too. Oh, geez. And that's what's wrong with line names. Like, there's so many tangerine line names. There's so many. And I mean, I don't want to get into the politics of what lines have what, but that's another thing. Like, if a breeder doesn't breed everything, like every albino strain, like I do, and let's say they only deal with Tremper, if they got tangerine stuff, it could be het Tremper, whatever, you can go into that. Like, I got in trouble back in 2012, where one of my het radars, my het radar male turned out to be het Bell, het Tremper, het Eclipse. It was proven. I proved it out. I bred it and I proved it. I produced raptors with it, and I produced radars with it. So that killed my whole, and that's what springboarded me into buying white and yellow stuff, though, because I mean, I had to kill my whole radar project. No one here has a problem, Josh.
Nope. We're all good.
I don't have an addict. I'm not an addict. I'm not admitting nothing, so I don't have an addict.
We could start saying, hi, my name is Andrew. I have a problem.
Yeah, I mean, the line bred traits is really tough, and it's paying respect to the history of geckos. It's paying the respects. So when I have blood, or when you have Inferno, Pat, your opinion about Pat, anyone's opinion about Pat, really, it's still his line in Inferno. Electric, again, no matter what anyone feels about Kelly. See, and this is what bothers me, is certain people doing YouTube channels, and I could go to this person and go, yeah, well, Kelly Hammett. Who? Hiss. Who? She played a really big part in the gecko hobby. So I don't know. It's so hard to name names. And like, I don't know. I think everyone wants their stamp on the market. That's what it is.
Everybody wants their name behind something to say, hey, look at this, instead of just being happy with what they have and going with it.
Yeah, and when someone says Purplehead, who do you think of when you say someone says Purplehead? Do you know who you think of?
I don't know. Who do you think
John
of?
Scarborough.
Oh, yeah, well.
But ready for this? John will be the first one. I hate naming stuff. He'll tell you he hates it.
I know.
He hates it.
He named that, what was it? The Rainbow Bold, and then he switched it again. Way back. Do you remember the Rainbow Bold?
It was Fire Bold, and yeah.
No, but it was Eclipse, not Eclipse. It was what was it? Max Snow something. I can't remember what is in it. He called it the Rainbow Bold, and then he changed it to a new name. I don't know what he calls it now. The Lavender Bold now, or something.
The Lav, probably. Let's see what I probably can't. That's going to Gecko History, geckoboa.com. I want to go. Oh, shipping update. I already know that, bud.
Yeah, that's to say, you get the shipping update as soon as you open it up, the big red letters.
Yeah, shipping update. What am I looking for? There we go. I wanted to I would say that John has the best, page for genetics at this time.
I read his stuff all the time. I'm always on there.
And I tried to, like going into his line breeding stage, like just in Tangerine, I'm looking at it right now. There is as many Tangerine and Emerine lines, and he puts them together because Tangerine and Emerine come from the same area. As there are breeders. Most are just variants of the ones you've seen below. These are some of the more commonly seen ones. And here's a list of what John Scarborough puts up. Number one, I think he puts them in alphabet. No, he doesn't put them in alphabetical
No,
order.
he just got it in there. Yeah.
So blood, JMG, the black blood, which again is JMG. Then you have purple blood, which is a line bred of the blood emarine, and a blood hypo. Now, here's the thing about the blood hypo is the original blood really is a hypo in the first place. So I don't know why that's there. But again, it just shows what is being said. The original blood has spotting. It's not a baldy. It's a spotted with a hypo, super hypo body. So it might be just hypo with spots, some spotting, and then the regular tail. Then there's Electric, which is his line. That's Kelly. Gecko Genetics, which is Jason Haygood line. People think Gecko Genetics is Gecko Boa. A lot of people think that it's John Scarborough. It is not. Nothing against John. It is Jason Haygood. Mandarin, which is from Gecko Genetics line. It's Mandarin came from Gecko Genetics. Not a lot of people know that. I actually got in an argument with someone once. Torrid, which is an Albi line. Then you got Tangerine Tornadoes, which is Tug. You got Atomic, which is an A&M line. Then you got Purple Head Lavender, which is a Gecko Boa line. It's a lavender tangerine. Then the Afghan Tangerines, which is a line-bred Afghan tangerine cross pioneered by Ultimate Gecko. You got the Gourmet Rodent line. Most lines derive from the older stock from Gecko Gourmet Rodent. So that's huge. Then you got Naive's line. Then the Inferno, which is Luxurious Leopards line. It's consisting of Albi, Tug, and Electric. So there's a line right there that says, hey, it's using 3 different tangerine lines. And then Hot Gecko Tangerine, which Hot Gecko Tangerine is most known for their Firewater. That's what was used in Firewater, which the tangerine line originated from Dan Lubitsky. They descended from a pair he purchased from Ron Hatcher in 1995, the tangerine line that makes up Firewater. So Hot Gecko is a very hard tangerine line to find. Hot Gecko is, I almost sit there and say anything that says Firewater isn't, it probably has something else mixed in. That list is like the old school line, and there's tons more. Now, if you want to go to Emarine line, now here's Emarines, which derive from the tangerine stuff, attempted to line breed the green coloration, usually just tangerine variants. There you go. The Pacific Green, which is from Kyle, and I cannot pronounce his last name. I don't want to hack his name. Sykes Emarine, which is a line from Steve Sykes. The G Project, line bred tangerine from Matt Baronic, came from the A&M's Rainbow Stripe projects. So the G Project is a cool line, but G does not stand for green. It does stand for Gatorade. The Clown, which is a G Project, Electric, and various other Tang lines selectively line bred together. That's where the Clown came from. It is a mixture of everything. And Green and Tangerine Ultimate Gecko line, and the Blood Emarine, which is a Blood and Emarine crosses. But you do get Emarine from the bloodline already. So it's really hard. What I think happens is people start breeding something, they don't understand it, something like another YouTuber we know, and they start seeing, oh, there's green hues, this is new, and it's not new. That's what I see.
Yeah.
I was on another page, so I couldn't see the chat. Sorry, guys.
Oh.
Look at what line is from. You might we're pretty much caught up.
Yep.
Gecko freaking Boa. John Scarborough is one of the most straightforward. If you guys don't know who John Scarborough is, straightforward. He doesn't got a bloated head. He doesn't care about that. And the Tangerine line is probably one of the most misunderstood things in the world. Because you could take any of them orange geckos and bring to another line of orange geckos, and guess what you're going to get?
Orange geckos.
Orange geckos. So now, do they all have their own look? The ones I listed do have their own look. I mean, I could go back over and tell you what the looks are, but like blood tend to be darker, a deep blood red orange, like the deep orange. Electric's known for that bright blingy. I call it blingy. And the Inferno is supposed to be a banded tangerine. I haven't seen a banded. I have Infernos here. I have classic Infernos here. I don't breed. I just don't breed them. I don't know why.
I was just going to ask you. Oh, why not?
I've already tested everything. They tested out pretty good. They do have Tremper in them. That's why I say pretty good. They're not pures. But yeah, I just don't breed them. I do sell some. I bred them like 2 years ago, so I sold some. But yeah, I got stuff here, guys, that I don't even breed. Like my blizzards, I don't even touch my blizzards. I got like 30 of them.
And you don't know why, or is there a specific reason as to why you don't?
I have enough geckos as it is, and I think that they're harder to move because when I'm not an online seller like most people think I am. I sell wholesale, and then I sell to I'm going to admit it. I either sell to the high end person that wants to breed and they buy $300, $400, $500 geckos, or I'm selling to kids. And blizzards aren't going to go to the high end people. And they're going to go to kids, and blizzards just don't tend to be a good gecko for kids. They tend to have a little attitude. So I don't want to sit on blizzards. And I mean, little kids are my $50 geckos, or I hand free geckos to kids. And I just don't want them to have a bad experience. So,
yeah. And I get that.
lackluster.
That's like this blood down here. I don't think he would be a good one to go to a kid at all because he's crazy, completely insanely crazy. And the females have calmed down, but he's the only one I got that's completely insane.
I need a proving male. Maybe we need Adam. We need to talk. I'll send some females to you and stuff. I don't mind doing that. Sending people stuff. The bloods I don't sell to kids. You want to know why I sell kids the most is raptors. My raptor line is so chill. They're just so chill.
That male I got from you can pick him up and he just looks at you like, "Hey, what's going on?"
That's why another person was to go back to another person I was trying to educate. The patternless stripe. People don't know what the patternless stripe is. The patternless stripe is what brought out Eclipse. The reverse stripe and the Albi stripe line, he was breeding it together. The Eclipse came out of it, and the patternless stripe, when the stripes stacked on top of each other, it vanished. Patternless stripe are not born patternless. They go into that. A patternless stripe is actually very misunderstood. But now people, I mean, do I agree calling an Eclipse a Tremper a raptor, just like an Eclipse bell is a radar and your Typhoon is your rainwater? Yes. The patternless stripe, I label them as classics now. I say they're classic raptors because you could take a classic raptor and a classic raptor and breed them together and you'll get pattern raptors. You will get it. So that's people just don't understand. I don't like blizzards for their personality normally. Exactly. Blizzards suck.
So what do you think causes? Is it like part of the genetics that make it like
maybe
crazy?
Every blizzard I've ever gotten are psychotic, and I don't like how blizzard can hide eclipse because blizzards can have eclipsed eyes. They can look just like an eclipse and not have eclipse in them. So, not many people know that. They're getting into it. And new breeders that talk like they know, they're gonna hit all these things, and that's they're gonna stumble on. They're gonna talk like they know, and then when the other people start finding out,
I got something new here, and then all the new people are like, "Look at that."
Yeah, I mean, I like Blizzard. I like the look, but again, JMG, what can you do with Blizzard? I mean, you can make it more white, I guess. You can go after the White Knight, stuff like that. But then start naming stuff like combos. I mean, Matt Baronic is a combo king. I mean, I can't think of anyone that's produced more combinations than Matt. He started doing the mixing of all the combinations and all this. Ethically, he did it right because he wasn't mixing certain things. He made sure his lines were good. So he put the work in. But then there was the naming wars, like I'm going to name this combo this, and the galaxies and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He just doesn't like that the death of it, except Raptor diff from his original line. Yeah, I accepted Raptor. Yes. It's tough. It's tough about the Raptor thing. because there's apter. There's an actual thing called an apter, and all us old school. How do you know what line to breed with another for a beginner? Well, okay, if you're talking actual recessives, you should, don't mix the albinos, don't mix the eye traits, stuff like that. You don't want to do that. But when it comes to actual lines, like lines of tangerine, I say it's open. There's nothing ethically wrong with breeding an electric to a blood. Just tell people that you mix the electric and blood. You don't sit there and go mix electric and blood, and then the next year you see bloods are worth more than electrics. Go, these are all bloods. Tell people I mix electric and blood.
Yep.
That's all. That's the only kind of rule that you would want to do, because the lines do tend to give you more of a look when you breed them. Yeah, keep track of the crosses.
Track of your crosses, yes.
So I mean, to go back on naming, when you start mixing 5, 6 different lines, and can you name it something different? I mean, I have a tangerine line here. I just call M2. You want to know why I call it M2? As a second male that I bought when I came back in. It's a tangerine. No, it's just a tangerine tremper. Yeah, it's a tangerine tremper het raptor. So it's het eclipse. And it throws me some cool looking tangerine. So I just call it my M2 stuff. Like literally, I go M2 tangerine. And that's usually how stuff starts, is that we just mark the tub M2 tangerine. And the people will catch me at, I'm like, that's M2 tangerine stuff. That's not blood. They're like, look how insane it looks. I'm like, I understand, but it's not blood. It's not a blood. It's M2 stuff. Yeah. And they're like, what's M2? And I'm like, this is my label.
If you outcross the bloods, you always got to tell people what you outcross it to. Even if it comes intensely orange looking, you got to let them know that this is an outcross.
I have M2 cross the blood. I do have that. I do have also blood mixer Inferno from 2 years ago. So I do have those lines. I haven't sold any of them. I have 18 or so like mixed up stuff because I was only one female of each. So, and they're I just want to see what, if they were gonna, perk another project, perk my interest. I do that too. I'll be like, well, let's breed these two together and see if it perks another project for me. Like I gave up on thin stripes, or I call them thin stripes, pinstripes, where they got 2 little pinstripes down the side. I gave up on that because I seen another gecko breeder doing it. And I'm like, well, let him have that project. That's cool. That's the only reason I stopped. I was like, yeah, that's cool. So he can work with that. But yeah, naming projects, that's usually how I come up with names, is I'll just label my tubs like Wacky. Wacky is a big thing for me. I have wacky stuff, and I got it in Tremper, and I got it in Bell. My Wacky Bells and Wacky Trempers, and they just got wacky pattern. And usually it looks like clown. Just to let people know that it looks like clown. They have blood in it, M2 in it, Inferno in it. And then another line of tangerine that it popped up. I got some tangy stuff from my white and yellow stuff, because when I bred my white and yellow Tremper, it throws tangs that when they're not white and yellow, they throw tangs. So I got that mixed. It's all like all my tangerines mixed together for the Tremper stuff, and I call them Wackies. And they look closest to clown, but they're all possible at Trempers and stuff like that. Then my Wacky Bell stuff is just radar stuff that looks whacked out. And I just call them Wackies too.
Yeah.
So, Evan,
but
from
that's just your personal thing, though, right? That's just your personal thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Like Evan goes up to my wacky Tremper stuff, my wacky het Trempers and stuff. He goes, "Why don't you just put clown on it and sell them for $500?" Exact words. He's told me that 1,000 times. He goes, "Why don't you just put clown on that?" I'm like, it's not a clown. It's just something that popped out of my stuff. And I sell them for like $150, $200, whatever. Oh, I'm about to win another gimbal.
There you go.
I guess. I didn't know I bid on it. I forgot.
You'll be tracked from every angle.
Yeah. But lineage is important. Then you got to worry about honesty too, like honesty of the breeder and the integrity of the breeder. Because let's say you don't get your line. Let's say you buy bloods from me. It's not JMG. So I can trace mine back to I know the person I bought them from JMG. I know the chain. But I mean, let's say Joe Blow says I bought Bloods off Gary. Now I don't know who he is. I keep track of my sales kinda on my high end stuff. But I tell everyone, I'm like, you better keep that ID number, or if you don't have the ID number, I might say I have no clue who that is.
Yeah.
The ID number is everything to me. I'm gonna win that. I'm gonna win it. I'm gonna win it.
Congratulations.
I guess I'm gonna go look at it when I talk to you guys. I can't believe I'm gonna win this gimbal for $20. It's a $200 gimbal. There's no way.
You never know. I've gotten some pretty good stuff on what's the name before doing that stuff.
Someone wants to go bid an offer. I'm not gonna outbid it. I'm not gonna. Oh, there's no way. There's 8 minutes left. I'm winning at $17.
Can't they turn that down though, or no? Or is it unless there's a
Nope,
no.
they can't. If they didn't put a reserve on it, they can't. Well, they can, but they'll get a mark. And this guy's got 3,300 rating, 3,300 rates, so at 96.7%. So he might do that. I mean, it's a Gen 1 gimbal. It's a Zion crane. It's the original, but it's still good for like DSLRs and smaller M's and stuff with smaller lenses. It does like 3 pounds, so it's a really good crane. And they say it's in working condition. It comes with the box. It looks like it was barely used. And
When does that come?
What's that?
When are you getting that? When is that one showing up?
7 minutes. I'll find. Oh, I already got the other one, but this one I'm going to win in 7 minutes.
Okay.
I don't have any names. All my projects have names. I don't name my geckos. I literally I can tell you some of my top stuff that will breed this year. I have 1120 21. That is a really big female that I'm really excited about. It's from the Wacky Tremper stuff. It really looks clownish. I'm really excited about her. Then my males I'm really excited about is 19 2 gosh dang it 221 222 no it's 212 212 is a blood male that is a virgin. I've had him for going on 3 years. I hatched him in 2019. I'm excited about see what he does, but he's clouded. So I'm excited about some things. I just gotta get in there more.
I have to laugh. I was watching a video last night, from Bubba's Living Emporium.
I love Bubba.
Oh, he's great. I've seen his packages too, man. He goes above and beyond when he's boxing something up.
He puts the bar up here. He sets the bar.
It's hard to, I was watching. I'm like, how does the little guy compete with that? Because I mean, it's crazy. But he was talking about breeding and stuff, and then he brought up the giant and the super giant, and he goes, "That's a line bred trait. Prove me wrong."
That's what I'm telling you. Well, see, when the giant, I think Bubba deals with giants.
He's got
giants,
it, I think.
all the giants, giants and super giants.
At least I think he does.
Yeah, I don't believe in giants. That doesn't mean they're not true. I think it's a line bred trait.
Yeah, that's what he said. He says line bred trait. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, I believe 100% it's a line bred trait, and people will argue me, and they will say it's not. I'm like, well, let's go back 15 years. How big were leopard geckos when we bred them?
Yeah.
And they were like, well, 30, 35 grams. Now what's the standard? Oh, 55, 60 grams.
What's the standard going to be in 10 years?
70, 80 grams? Are we going to have 2-foot leopard geckos in 20 more years,
Well, I got to tell you, I used to deal with, years ago, giants and super giants and stuff, but I always would get one or two that would hatch out from a giant to a giant breeding, or a giant to a super giant, and a normal sized gecko would come out. Wouldn't get giant. So
I'm telling you, I think it's a line bred trait. I just think it is. What I laugh about is the person at Rich Age says that's not line bred, but he says white and yellow is.
Yeah. Do you see what he did with his books today?
Mm-mm.
Okay, his books are up for sale, and they're like $29.99. Then shipping and all that comes out to $35. Today he puts them up on digital download for $14.95.
There's that. Is he doing it or is Julia, whatever? Yeah, is her name Julie?
Yeah, it's her. It might be her.
Let's the reason I think digital, there's a site, and I'll tell you guys, I read a lot and I listen to audiobooks a lot if I can't read. I do motivational books and all that. I haven't looked to see if his book's on there, but it's like a Netflix, and there's documents on there, there's podcasts on there. I'm trying to get this podcast on there now. I'm trying.
That would be cool.
And I pay so much a month, and I can listen to all these books and read all these books. All my coding and Python and PHP is on there, and I can read the book and bookmark it, highlight it right on the screen, whatever I want to do. And I don't know, maybe his book's on there, and then I would get it for free. But I do have all Ron's books. He sent them all to me. So,
well, you told me that. Yeah, I do like audiobooks and stuff like that, but I prefer to have the book in my hand.
I do audios because I'll be doing something else. I'll listen to it. I listen to podcasts a lot. I listen to motivational stuff a lot. I mean, tons of stuff. Like, I just listened. I read it twice, but I just listened to it. And it made me think more. Is another business book. If you guys are in a business and you guys want to do business for geckos and all that, a good book is Think Big, Act Small.
That's really, the name of the book to read?
That's the book to read. Think Big, Act Small. It tells you how to think big and act small. Basically, what Think Big, Act Small means is you want to have the biggest dreams, but you want to do the steps to get there. You want to take each step, and make sure it counts.
This is not my podcast, you know. No, it's his. She's sorry.
But yeah, so you want to do each step you need to do. And we will need giant racks for the 250 gram Gex.
Yeah.
We will need that. It's weird.
Yeah, no, it's you see people walking around with big leashes on them like you do with your dogs in a couple of years.
That's what I'm talking about. Oh yeah. You guys are going to be on the screen. I'm going to win this. I'm kind of hoping someone outbids me on it. I'm kind of because I don't need another gimbal. I got the Pro or the Plus. I got the Crane Plus. But we'll see here. What's going on? Oh, Tom released. Oh, I listened to that already. You got a minute and a half. But yeah, I mean the Gecko World and Line Bred. That's another one. Giant geckos. I mean, let's talk about that one. I mean, I produce 100-gram geckos for a couple of my geckos. I produce them all the time. Can I call it the new giant line?
I know that that Bell, the Eclipse Head Bell,
big.
He's a giant. He's got to be that round. He's huge.
He's big.
Absolutely. He's the one in my video today, guys. He's big.
Yeah, he dwarfs that little girl. But that little girl's probably like 60 grams, 55 grams.
Yeah, she's big, and he's a giant. Well, he's not giant, but he just appears to be. He's the biggest one I got.
Yeah.
Besides that one female is giant, right?
Now, here's what's funny is my actual radars don't get as big as the Eclipse Het radars. Yeah, Eclipse Het bells. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. I have 98-gram mandarin. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So let's say we selectively breed and get geckos up to 128 grams, 130 grams. Can we say we have a new giant line?
You know, that does bring up a good point. Like Leonardo says here, like Leo says, if you keep breeding the biggest to the biggest, won't you eventually get some really huge stuff if you keep going?
You will. Eventually. Someone outbid me. We're good. It's sold for $29. I'm happy.
Oh, you didn't want it, huh?
I didn't want it. It was a Gen 1. So I didn't need another one. And I was like, oh, come on, someone outbid me. I bid up to $20 on for some reason back in the day. It must have been a 10-day auction. Yeah, so we can breed giants and make our own giant line. But what weight makes a giant? Well, right now it says it has to come from the giant line, the giant animals to be called a giant.
Giant.
And what's a giant? 80 to 100 grams?
No, I think it's 100 to 120 grams, ain't it?
And what's a super giant? 140?
Yeah, 100. Super Giant's like 148, 150,
Yeah.
something like that.
So, I mean, if it's now, here's my thing. If it's a recessive trait, that's not true. And if it's a dominant trait or an incomplete dominant trait where there's a super form, which it's not, they just call them super giants, but people get confused by it. But if it's a recessive trait, like some people are saying, when you breed a super giant, everything's going to be giant because it's super giant. So it doesn't matter how big it gets. That's where I get the giant people every time. I'm like, why does it have to be a certain size then? Because if it's a recessive trait or if it's a codominant trait, it doesn't matter. Or not codominant, incomplete dominant. Yeah, and that's another big thing right there. A giant should also be bigger geckos, not obese geckos.
The super giant should weighs in around 170 grams, 12 inches long. I just looked it up. No, that's just a giant. What's the super giant? 12 and a half inches plus is a super giant.
That to me is bullshit because all of them go back to Bubba, who was a normal, not a tremper. 100%.
Yeah,
Bubba
that popped out of the albino line, right?
Yeah, the Bubba was head albino. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't work with giants. I don't work with the giant line. I don't, so I couldn't tell you.
Well, what I'm looking up online here is a super giant, 12 and a half inches plus. And a regular giant is 11 inches.
And the people that do work with giants say they got to keep them for so long to prove that they're giant and blah, blah, blah.
Yes, it is, Mark. It is. That one I had was 140 grams. The father of the one that he's got.
Yeah, my biggest gecko's like 130-ish, 40-ish. I gotta measure him. M2's pretty big, 100, 110 grams. He's a big gecko. But the lines it's so hard to. I think the new breeders just want to name something. They just want something. What's the trait you're interested in breeding for the future? Yellow geckos, bold stuff, spotted stuff, dark stuff. What do you want to breed? You can take that. I don't know what I want to breed yet. I don't know.
Well, I like the red stuff, like the the blood stuff. I like that.
I breed stuff together and then get different stuff. I'm like, oh, that looks interesting this year. That's what I do.
And then do you hold that back to see what you can go where you can take it?
And it hurts me because I just end up with so much, and I'm like, I don't want to go to get rid of that. I don't want to get rid of that. I don't want to get rid of that. I do it every time, every show. You can breed 2 super giants and still get an average sized geckos. My super giants, whose dad is 170, stopped growing at 75, and her mom's a super giant. His dad is 75, and her mom's see.
So, yeah, I was going to say that. I had
so that
super
blows
giants,
recessive out. That blows recessive out.
I had 2 super giants. I bred them together, and I got normal sized, average sized geckos too.
So I don't know what the giant thing. I don't know what to say there.
I don't have them anymore though. So the giant, I don't have none of that stuff anymore.
I mean, but if you take people's lines though, if you take like radars, you can see difference between my radars and like Miles radars. Miles radars, he produces a lot of super hypo and he produces this tangerine stuff. My radars have spots. I breed for spotting.
I like it.
So there's different people breed for different things.
Now, where does the whitehead come into that?
Whitehead just came out of stuff that I label that just whiteheads. It's just something Eclipse does. It does, and then I just started breeding for it. Like, oh, let's breed a better whitehead with another whitehead, and they just kept the whitehead. But here's the ticket: is it shows up more in the albino, the whiteheads. So when I bred them to other animals, I'm like, they're like just eclipses and made just eclipses that were het trump or bell. I was like, oh, they are not so white. I have to get that albino. I was trying to make, I'm still trying to but that's another project kind of put on a back burner, trying to make all white heads, because this year I'm going to focus on pure macularis to try to build myself an army of reverse engineering females. And I know that sounds really bad, but I need reverse engineering females. Yes, my whiteheads are more in the bell stuff, my bell stuff. All your Eclipse can do it. All your Eclipse will give that white nose and to an extent a white spot on the head. It just happens, and you can breed for it like anything else.
Yeah, I agree with you, Adam. And that's take a lot of work. Separate the Eclipse out of it from it.
Oh, Eclipse is such a dumb thing. I'm not being mean, but it sticks with everything. It just sticks with everything.
Do you think maybe the Eclipse was a natural thing that just pops out all the time, even in the wild? It's just there, and that it'll always be in there. It's just there.
I don't know. It came out of, like I said, it came out of A&M when they were breeding the stripes together, and it popped out. And Eclipse is kind of tied to that reverse striping and paleness. I don't want to say pastel because it doesn't brighten. It kind of dulls it all down. That's why tangerine Eclipses are actually hard to get. People get them now, but they're hard to get. We need it might be. It could be. I mean, tangerine messes. That's why Eclipse gets messed with so much, because it messes with everything. It just messes with everything. You don't see it in Marble Eye as much. I think Marble Eye, you got white socks. A little bit, but you don't get the white nose. Yeah, I think all your I think your eye traits, except for NDBE, could survive in the wild. To an extent, I think like Black Knight could survive in the wild. Your dark geckos, your melanistic, and snows, from where they're at. I mean, the tangerines might not, but what a gecko life is. I mean, they hide themselves under a rock until it cools down. They'll cook themselves.
With any reptile, they say albino's hard to come by in the wild because they get picked off because of their colors. They don't blend in with the. But there's a place down south that Dave Kaufman did a video on, and it was all albino water moccasins. Cottonmouths, and they're surviving and thriving just fine, and it's a whole bunch of them.
What I think that something with the venomous is, I think a lot of times the wildlife learns, says, hey, if they bite you, you die. You got to be really unique animal to go after venomous snakes, But so like, a hooded cobra, many cobras live because the animal sees a hooded animal. That's why other things try to mimic that. Mimic that, and it shows other animals, says, hey, guess what, this is a larger animal, or this is another cobra or something like that. Or the mimic of the milk snakes. I think the milk snakes and king snakes, like the scarlet and your tricolors mimicking the coral snake, you're trying to say, hey, guess what, I can kill you.
I didn't even think of that aspect of the
I think that's why you see the venomous, or the frogs are bright for a reason. Your poison dart frogs, they're like, hey, guess what, eat me. Try.
Yeah, and nothing bothers them. Yeah.
Eat me.
You might get me, but you ain't getting none of my offspring.
Yeah, that's snows, if they can make it past the gray and black phase, yes. See, that's what I'm saying is where geckos are from. I mean, they don't come out during the day; they'll die. They'll cook. I mean, there's some areas I guess they could, but most of the time they would cook and they'll die. The wonder why there's 3 line of albinos. There 3 popped out and they're not compatible.
Yep,
that's it.
It just happens. That's like the retic. There's three albinos in the retic, but they're all compatible because you can make all 3 from the one. But you do enough breeding, eventually you'll get something that pops out that's looks like something else, but it's not compatible.
Like
with it.
Mark and Kim Bella popped out of their collection. I don't know exactly how Tim Rainwater came about his. I don't. It might have popped out. I don't know the history there 100%. And it's kind of, I got stories and all the stories don't match. So I'm dealing with that. And to tell you the truth, Ron Tremper didn't produce the first albino.
Nope, that came from the wild too. It came in a shipment.
And they got the babies.
And the sister that was an albino died.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't even get the albinos. He only got the hets.
So he didn't produce the first albino. He might have produced first in America and did that, yes. But how the 3 albino lines came up, Mark and Kim Bell got theirs, and people just started saying this is the Bell line albino. This is the Bell's albino because it was their last name. And Tremper, this was the Tremper one, and then Rainwater was Tim Rainwater's albino. And Tim Rainwater did some messed up stuff, so the Rainwater kind of turned into the black sheep. That's Trebinos. I don't know if the Trebino's ever been done to try, but I know the 2. I know Bell and Tremper has been produced. The bubblegum. Natural produced the first Tremper. Yep, in the hobby. So
nature produced it, yes.
So I mean, when you got large collections like Mark and Kim Bell, and you get like gourmet rodent, natural stuff's gonna pop out. I bet you money, natural morphs have popped out of gourmet rodent and they haven't noticed it because they just produce too much.
They're the ones that came up with the lemon frost.
Yeah, they hatched out the lemon frost.
It just popped out of the blue.
Mm-hmm. Earth, albino, and eclipse are moons. That's what I like. Eclipse are moons and albino, Earth, albino. It's hard to say because I mean, you get today's market says that the old school breeders are egotistical, wanting their names on them, but I don't honestly think Tremper, Bell, and Tim said anything. They didn't say, "Hey, these are mine." It just kind of happened. But yeah, they're just 3 albino lines that aren't compatible, just like the Marble Eye and the Eclipse and the what is it, the Blue Eye and NDBE is not compatible. And Cypher's another one. The Cypher is a eye trait. It does mess with the eyes. So its Cypher has been taken out of the Marble Eye. So we got that.
Huh.
And then, I mean, if you really want to go eye trait, Blizzard messes with eye traits, and so does Snow. Or Max Snow. Or the incomplete dominant Snow, whatever you want to say it. The incomplete dominant Snow messes with the eyes. You make a Super Snow, they're eclipsed. 100%. 100% black eyes.
Yep.
So that's why I say the best way to make Super Snow eclipses is with Snow eclipses. So when you breed them together, you know the Super Snow version is eclipse. Florida, that happened. That's a thing.
That did I was just gonna say that is the truth.
That is the truth. It was Florida, albino, Texas, and Las Vegas. That was a thing for the longest time.
They still call the Rainwater Las Vegas albino a lot.
Yeah. I don't care what Tim did. It's still Rainwater to me. I have Rainwater stuff. I don't mess with much of it. They're all tangerine Rainwaters.
Yeah.
That's why people. That's an aversion. My tangerines have Firewater in them and other tangerine lines to make that line. They're not Firewaters. They're not even close to being Firewaters. They're just not Firewaters. Why haven't we looked into like a Bell complex thing going on with the black eye traits? Bell complex thing. But I'm not understanding why haven't we looked into like a Bell complex thing going on in the black eye traits? You talk about like Bell popping up. I'm not having a good day.
Yeah.
But yeah, eclipses and everything, and I want Marble Eye, but I just want blue. It's a snake thing. There we go. Look like Blue Eye Lucy.
You mean like the okay? He's talking about like the you get super fires,
okay,
which are black-eyed leucistics. Then you get the blue-eyed leucistics. Is that what you mean? And then now they have the cherry bomb, which is the red-eyed leucistics.
I would like, and then like the yellow belly stuff, you breed yellow belly to asphalt or something, and you get something else and stuff like that.
Yeah. You get the white snake
Um,
too. Yeah.
I'm not sure because I don't know if any of that's recessive stuff. It's all incomplete dominant stuff or dominant, right? In ball pythons, it's all dominant or incomplete dominant that do that.
Yeah,
I
but
don't think it's anything recessive.
you could breed. You can breed. Yeah, they're all dominant traits, but you can breed two different traits. Like let's say a Mojave, you can breed it to a butter, which are two different traits. Still get a
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is so
Yeah.
like Mojave is an incomplete dominant, and so
there's
they're
a
all
super form
incomplete.
of it. Yeah, there is.
So the only incomplete dominant that we have in leopard geckos is Max Snow. Maybe that's why. But if you breed now, this is I don't want to put wrong info out there so people start doing it. People have gotten super snows breeding Max Snow to other lines of snow. But when you breed them like gem to gem, you won't get it, and tug to tug, you won't get it. But you breed Max Snow, I'm almost positive it's been recorded somewhere that it's been done. Yeah, Max Snows have dark eyes, and there's a tan more. Okay,
You see with the interstellar ass up there?
the blue ember eye. I don't want to put it down. I'm not impressed by it. The blue ember eye. It's a rainwater trait. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to take it out of rainwater, and there's not many people working with rainwater. So I don't know when that's going to happen. I mean, I could buy one and try, but it would take so long to try to keep that blue. I mean, is the I don't know. It's been done yet? Yeah, there's the super snow thing. But that's why I don't think we've seen that. Is there's no? I mean, there's no super form other than super snow. There's no incomplete dominance other than the Max Snow. Well, people will argue about white and yellow. They will argue about white and yellow until the end of the day. So, but white and yellow and Max Snow has been crossed so many times, so we know that's not true. That there's something wacky going to go on there. But I will say that white and yellow does mess with the Max Snow, and you can tell a Max Snow, and Eclipse kind of mixes in there too. White and yellow kind of puts a spin on things. That's what it's known to do.
Yeah. Well, even the clouded line puts a spin on things.
It messes with everything.
It can blow a pattern apart.
And the tails go wacky. It's just, I think the tail going wacky is more me breeding for, because I look at stuff and I'm like, oh, that tail looks cool. That's the first thing I notice on a gecko is like the tail. I'm like, oh, that tail looks cool. And it's kind of sad because the tail can be ripped off. So,
yeah.
The tails can be ripped off. That reminds me, I had them two babies hatch out, the siblings hatch out with kink tails, and they were really expensive animals. And I gave them, I want to know if how they're doing. I gave them away.
Do you remember that they tried to push off the curly tail?
Yep, the pigtails or curly tails. David Fine Geckos did that.
Yeah, and you don't hear nothing about them anymore.
I haven't seen him in a while. I don't know what happened to David. David kind of faded away around the same time Matt did. I think. Don't quote me 100% on that, but I see him pop up here and there every once in a while.
Some bigger breeders, well, not bigger breeders, but some breeders would snap that kink off and say it broke off.
Yeah, I mean that's when people come up to my table and like, oh, how healthy are gecko? I'm like, do they eat? I'm like, look at them. Do you see any missing tails? Anything?
Wow.
It doesn't happen. I'll have an adult retired breeder. It might have a missing tail once in a while, but usually that's just because of a fight between the male and the female.
Well, I know. Like I was just gonna say, my rainwater male's missing about not much of his tail now because she grabbed that sucker.
They just do. They just get mad sometimes, and they just do that. I still say another thing about line bred traits. I think lavender has a lot of, potential, but not many people work with it. Lavender has a lot of potential. I think it's there. I think it can be played with, and I think that people can make the lavender more pronounced, and they can make them bands wider. But not many people want to put the time into that one because I don't think the money's there.
No.
People like bright geckos. They like brightness. That's why you see tangerines hold value. I love the people that's like, oh, this is a new thing. It's not new. It's been done for years. Got a guy that they very last fourth. Yeah, that's what happened to Andrews. I had a male aggressive to females, but usually the female puts them in their place. Females can be worse than males.
Yeah, when I sent you that picture, you're like, I bet you that girl was just being a bitch.
I have seen females kill females in groups, and I've seen females beat the hell out of a male.
Yeah, that's crazy stuff.
The female just gets in a mood and just says screw you, and it's over. But now when I'm bit, it's usually a male. But I pushed it off as I've handled females, so that he might be trying to like breed my finger. That's usually what it is.
Well, I picked up a male and he took a chunk off my thumb. Seriously, right off the. I mean, a chunk. He bit, spun, and ripped it right off. I was like, "What the?"
I move so quick. My geckos are like, "What the hell's going on?" And they're put back in their tub. I can do a tub, a 6-quart tub in like 15 seconds.
Yeah,
literally. I can't say that because I prep a lot. So then I just grab it. I take the gecko, put it in another tub. I don't even put it in the tub that's done. I mist down the tub that's going in. I take the cup, dump it, put new mealworms in, shake it, done. Put it back.
Now Bubba's living Emporium said something that brought something, made me think of something. Like, you always say you get a certain number of eggs. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He said he's got females that give him 28 eggs a season. And then you hear these people that are like, well, you only get about 6 to 10. And then he's like, no, I get 28.
Yep. It was kind of a secret for the longest time that you can get that out of females. Don't take this wrong for people that like Matt. Don't take it wrong. Okay, but I was talking to Matt, and Matt thought I was a new guy in the block in 2012. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not a new guy in the block. I just need some of these geckos. I'm breeding his ass a very, very nice looking gecko. There you go. With kinks next year, I won't. Okay. But Thad of Ohio Gecko knew who I was. Okay, but Matt vended a show that Thad did. Okay, so they vended the same show. And I used to talk to Matt like, I don't know, at least once a week. At least once a week we talked on the phone. And I was like, yeah, I get from the geckos I get from you, I get like 20, 22 gecko eggs a year. It's fine. He's like, and he didn't say nothing to me, but he went and told Thad. And then he was like, Gary says he gets 20, 22 geckos. He goes, and Thad says, well, you don't? And I don't know if it was like an Ohio thing because JMG was showing us tricks. Because you hear a brumation and putting your geckos down. I don't do that. I feed year round. I offer food and I'm feeding my geckos and my males year round when they're eating. They eat, they don't. And then the females that don't eat and lose weight, I don't breed them anymore. I don't care how good they're gone. They're out of production. I don't want to put a female to death, So I was getting 20. Now I do get the animals that give me 8 eggs. Don't get me wrong. I do get those. But my females, I mean, I tell you I do this whenever you ask me, when you go, well, I'm like, well, you want to do 12 eggs. I'm like, okay, Gary, tone it down for him. 10 per female. That's what you should get,
Yeah.
So if I tell someone you should get 10 on average, that means you get 14, 16 from some, you get 6 from some, but 10 on average. So you get 100 females. That's 1,000 eggs. Now you're also not going to hatch every egg that produces.
No.
Usually your first round of ovulation, you're going to miss them eggs. Them eggs aren't going to be fertile. Usually your first eggs from a female are not going to be fertile. If you're getting it, good job. Rock on. But your first eggs are not going to be fertile. And then at the end of your season, you're going to start getting unfertile eggs. Unless you got a small enough collection to keep putting males in there over and over and over, you know. I breed one time. People are like, do you repair? No. I get 22, 24. I get 22, 24 eggs one time.
Yeah.
At one time. And
well, last year I got 18 from the one girl, and that was her first year breeding, so that wasn't bad.
No, and that's just the way it is. Sounds human to me. But I mean that was just the ticket that, I mean, if you take care of your geckos and you give them the supplements they need and you give them a good life, they'll produce better. Now, is a 35 gram, 40 gram animal going to give you 20 eggs? They're not.
No.
They're not going to do it. My atomic stuff, I was getting 28, 30 eggs.
Yeah.
My atomic stuff was killing me when I was 2012. I was killing atomic stuff. I was going to go in atomic bell. I was going to make atomic trumpers, atomic rains. Atomic range is a cool name. Out of 3 pairings, I got 13 babies with deformity that pass away. And it happens. That happens to the best of us. The thing that sucks is when you're small and you're starting out, when you have something like that happen, it hits you hard. You're like, you don't have that rebound. Now, when you're producing thousands of eggs a year, you're not missing that 50 eggs that you didn't produce, or something happened to them, or your incubator did something whack and you lose 20 eggs. It doesn't hurt you as bad. But when you're only producing 100, 200 eggs, I mean, a 20 egg swing can really affect you, especially if it's with one project, because you only got 2 females for that project. I don't recommend people. I honestly don't. I don't recommend breeding on my level. I don't recommend it unless you're insane. It's insane. Like right now, I'm on a down year. I'm just like, I'm gonna breed. I'll do fine. I'll produce this and that. I mean, if I go full go, I don't even know where I'll sleep. That's why I'm looking at a building. I'm going to look at getting employees, and I'll do the breeding still, but they'll do cleaning and stuff like that.
Yeah, that'll make it much easier, I'm sure.
Yeah. And it just, at the same time, I had let's see. I had no eyelids, but black eyes. It was eclipse, underdeveloped. I don't know. Yet parents are possible at eclipse. This is how we learn. 100%. Now, I will tell you this. If you have an animal underdeveloped, it's really hard to look at its pattern, look at what is going on, and say it was this morph. It's really hard.
But a lot of no eyelids is caused by a lack of vitamin A, too.
Yep, that can be done. Someone told me that with my white and yellow stuff, and I'm like, I got white and yellow now again. It sucks when you plan to breed 12 and get good eggs out of maybe 6. And that's another thing. I track when my females can do, and when you start doing it, I mean, I'll track females and say this line, like my raptors are prolific. They breed. I mean, ready for this? I only breed 12 raptors to a raptor male. And I get all my raptors I breed to sell all season. I don't put raptors in wholesale unless it's requested. And I get probably close to 180 raptors out of them 12 females. I don't need any more than that. And that's what I do. And then after when I start seeing that number drop, I have them aged and I know the numbers drop. I'll retire them females and I'll keep a few females from the babies and I replace them. But yeah, I mean, but it's always the special projects. It's always your dream projects that don't give you the right stuff and gives you messed up stuff. It's like, I want that to happen, and it gives you 6 eggs.
Yeah,
that's what happens.
Where they're all duds or something.
That's happened to me. I'm
sure it has.
I hate it. Like last year, my top bloods hatched out with some kink tails, and the 2 I gave away, they were insane looking. They were like, what are these?
Yeah.
So, it's always the one that you project that you're dreaming of the most, and don't give up. Keep going at it. When you do stuff with integrity and morals, stuff is going to do right for you. You're going to get there. You're going to get there. I mean, even the best, the Matts, the Jeffs, the Kellys, the Ron Trempers, they have setbacks.
Yep.
They've
Ron Tremper, he said he almost cried when the albino didn't make it.
Yeah, so I mean, look what Matt went through, and he's rebounding back. Big kudos to that dude. I'm glad he's back in it and posting up stuff, and I like seeing that. And like Marsha of Golden Gate, she's come and gone a little bit, but that lady there, she's one of my most favorite people in the world. I love Marsha.
Okay, Game of Morphs. What about lesser times butter? Might say they're not this different, but they are.
Yeah, I don't know. Lesser butter. It's all good. I'll have a yellow bellies.
I'll tell you, I wouldn't have thought they were different, but I seen a guy who had a whole collection of lessers and butters. because that's what he was doing, and he laid them out, and you could physically see the difference between the lesser, the butter, and the Mojave. There was a total difference in all three.
Every time someone says butter to me, I think of Brad Boa. I know Brad Boa. I've been to shows with Brad Boa for the longest time, and I think of Brad
I'll
Boa.
disagree with you, Game of Morphs. They are not different. They are different. They're not the same. People say they are, but if you really go back and look, you'll see people breed butters, people breed lessers because they're different.
Yeah, you ready for this? A ball python, people are going to hate me. I would never spend the money that ball python people do on it, but I'll spend it on geckos. So, I mean, people are like, do you see this 47 gene ball python? It's worth $300 million. I'm like, dude, that's Cobra food. That's all. I mean, I don't care. But then I'll look at a gecko and I'm like, dude, do you see this gecko? Look at all this work that went into it. So I understand where they're coming from. I'm just not a ball python person. And when I was in my pro herbs days, I did ball pythons. Okay. So
banana and coral glow. Okay, you're gonna laugh at this thing. Banana and coral glow are the same. They both came out around the same time. One person had one and didn't bring it out right away, but banana and coral glow, the same. Lesser, butter, different.
Oh my Lord.
Ball pythons can go into a whole string of stuff. It's crazy.
And corn snakes can too. Corn snakes really got me when I first started getting into pro herps, and I started pro herps with my brother. I was a reptile guy. Okay. I was posting on like Barb Clark's forum, and my brother says, "Hey, I want to start a company selling reptiles." And this was after I was selling alligators and stuff like that, and I bred some corn snakes, and then we started getting into it heavy. And there was a guy named Steve. I don't want to say his last name, but he bred corn snakes for me. I mean, he produced over 1,000 a year for me. And I went to New Jersey to pick him up. A great guy. He was a moderator in the reptile room and stuff like that. And the type 2 entry, the first and the entry this and the charcoals. And I mean, it was just the snow and the blizzard. There's a difference between a snow corn and a blizzard corn. There's a difference. And so now I understand what ball python people were saying when I was a colubrid guy, and I was like, there is a difference between a blizzard and a snow. One's entry 2 and one's entry 1, you know.
Yeah, they get all crazy. Okay, Adam, you think they're bad? You think the corn, you wouldn't breed them because they're head for 75 different things? You think they're bad? I know people who have gone out and gotten bull snakes and bred them and got everything you could think of, because bull snakes are head for everything. Almost.
Well, bull snakes don't have all the genes that the corns do. They got what, 8?
They got 8. Yeah, they got the. Yeah, it's 8, I think, something like that.
So the corn snake, and then I got into Nicaraguan boas really well. And we got really into locale boas, like Sonoran boas and stuff like that.
See, but they're cool. I could get into that.
So type 2 entry is a Nicaraguan boa thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I got into Nicaraguans, and I was breeding Nicaraguans. I wanted the Nicaraguan Motley, which was, now they're gonna, they're gonna kick my butt. What was the Nicaraguan Motley called?
An Aztec? No, I don't know.
I'm gonna look it up now. When I talk about that was my thing, Nick Boa Motley,
and then a Motley to a Motley makes a super Motley, which is a death gene.
Yes.
And then you got like the Champagne to Champagne ball python death gene.
The Motley Nicaraguan. Now there's people are saying it's Motley Nicaraguan, but there's a name for I forget now. I can't even think who did it. But there was an actual Motley Nicaraguan boa.
That wasn't Barker, right?
It was Barker. David Tracy Barker made the Nicaraguan boa, and I always wanted it, and it was so expensive. And I never got it, but I had the albinos. I had tons of Nicaraguan stuff. We had a lot of Sonoran stuff. My brother and I were producing hypo-Sonorans, super hypo-Sonorans, and we were going that way. I believe in 2007 we bred a pure locale hypo-Sonoran female to a very dark Sonoran male that we called Leo. and it went to like 6 different people, and they could never breed Leo. So we bought him really cheap, and he was really dark. I mean, this animal is dark. And we took him home, and we put him in with our Hyposonoran that we paid a lot of money for, and it was almost instant. And they were breeding.
That made you smile, huh?
Yeah, we were like, awesome. And we got a litter from them. And then even after I left Pro Horse, my brother kept breeding Sonoran boas. Sonoran boas were a big thing. I like locale boas. They're all BCI. All your Nicaraguans, Central Americans, they're all BCI. So I could take a Colombian and breed it to a Nicaraguan if I wanted to. So I'm not a snake person. It's left my knowledge where, when I was doing ball pythons, I mean, blue-eyed Lucy's were going for $2-3 grand.
Yeah. Oh, so, that's crazy. Yeah. Game of Morphs. The thing with crested geckos, most of them are traits and not morphs. But if you go to the Foundation Genetics, I think it is. Is that what it's called? Let me see if I can get the link for you real quick. I know I can get it real quick here. Let me go.
Yeah, the crested geckos, I don't understand them all. Red ones, dotted ones. But that's not a bad thing. I'm not saying they're bad. I just don't know.
No. And these guys got it pretty much figured out, pretty much. These guys have got it down.
Yeah, but
check them out.
This whole line thing, I mean, that's one thing I don't think that ball python people and corn snake people, well, corn snakes do. There is line breeding in corn snakes, so I can't say that. JMG does it, but JMG is a gecko breeder, so they kind of took that into the corn snakes at the time.
He does a lot of hognose now, right? Is that who that? No.
He does it. Yeah, he does a lot of hognose, but. I mean, can you imagine if the ball python people started line breeding instead of just buying it for the gene? They actually looked for a certain look and they started line breeding it, how clean some of these animals would look.
Well, I think what's his name does that a lot. Justin Kabalka does a lot of line.
Oh, Justin's insane.
Yeah, he works his butt off to get what he's got.
So
good.
I mean, that's where gecko people can really take credit, is they put a lot of time into their line bred traits. It's just our geckos breed faster from egg to breeder is a year compared to 2 years, 18 months. I mean, that's why, ball python people are like, I need a female now. I don't care. I got this male that's het for 14 things and I need a female for it. So I don't care what it looks like, so.
That's what happens. Yeah. But then again, you breed ugly to ugly, you get ugly.
Yeah.
I don't care what anybody says.
Like BHB, he liked earthy tone stuff. He did. He liked the cinnamons and I mean, if you go to his, what's it called? Not the pastel, but the other one. I can't think of what's ball python, but they were darker. They were always darker. No, that's very detailed. Going to take me a while to read through. Oh yeah.
They also have a section on videos in there. If you look through it, he's got videos of just him talking about these traits of things, of what they are and all that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just insane. It's just things are the line bred thing goes in every single thing except ball pythons. They connect it to a combo or a incomplete dominant morph. They don't line breed for it, but it's their line.
Yeah.
They got ball python people name their stuff wacky shit. Same thing with retic people. I mean, look at whatchamacallit, the titanium and the
Jay Brewer.
And the molten lavas. I don't know if these are names. It's the names he comes up with is insane. The leopard gecko people put their own spin on it and say, this is my line of tangerine, and they name it. So same thing.
I could tell you what Justin Gabalka has done, though. He has taken multiple genetics and put them together and didn't come up with a white snake.
Nope.
Where everybody else, put all this together and you get a white snake. Put all this together, you get a white snake. He takes it, boom. What the heck is that? That's what he's done.
And that's what I think we all need to learn is, I mean, if you breed and you breed for something that looks different, you're going to be known for it when you release it. People are going to sit there and go, that's different. If you breed, Like if I release my bells and I put, I'm going to rename these bells as something else, they look like bell albinos. It doesn't matter. And, or the Tremper albinos, or my M2 stuff. It's just a tangerine Tremper. That's all it is. I labeled it so I know what line it came from. It's nothing special. It's not worth any more money. The Black Knight game is so freaking insane. People just want to put their name Black Knight on anything so they get more money.
Yeah.
I question how many of them normal looking animals named Black Knight are actually Black Knight. I question it.
Yeah,
because getting dark animals is easy.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people are getting ripped off?
That's where you got to trust your breeder. You got to trust the person who bred it and said, that's exactly what this is,
I mean, how many people now are saying they imported Black Knights from overseas?
Frank the Tank, how are you doing, sir?
Frank. I mean, so many people are saying they imported them over from overseas now, and they're not even getting them from the original breeder. They're saying they're importing them from overseas to say they add more money. I love people that sit there and they're breed them in there, say these are pure Black Knights, whatever that is, whatever their definition is, but it's het Tremper and it's snow. Well, you got an issue there,
Elite Geckos, did you see his though? They're jet black.
Yeah, there's some really good stuff out there.
I mean, when you look into it, it's the blackest black you've ever seen.
Yeah, there's some really good stuff out there. But I mean, you go to Morph Market, and you put in Black Knight. I mean, 90% of that crap's not Black Knight. It's garbage. I mean, not garbage. I don't want to say the gecko's garbage. I think a lot of people are lying and saying, no, this is Black Knight. Like they're saying that's a Black Knight. They're like, this is Black Knight right here. This is a Black Knight. Give me $500 for it. That's a gecko I got off the internet that was a free clip art. That's what that is. It could be a Max No. I don't know, but it's not Black Knight. It's just, I mean, and then someone saying they're going to breed one male to 40 females and sell it and lower the price. I mean,
insanity.
I mean, now what's going to happen is we're going to have lines of Black Knight. Because, I mean, truly, they're just melanistic.
Yeah.
That's what they are. But they're a line bred trait of melanistic. So are we going to have, just like orange geckos, we have lines of orange geckos, or are we going to have lines of dark geckos? And that's where I had to struggle with Clouded. I was like, are they really different?
Well, I'm doing good, Frank. But I agree with you, Game of Morphs. There is definitely scammers out there. I just think there's scammers out there with ball pythons too that say this is head for this is head for that, this head for, and then people buy it and then the guy's gone. You never hear from him.
Yeah, but when it comes to heads, you want to buy from a reputable person, especially ball pythons when you're spending $10,000 on a ball python.
Yeah,
I struggle. I mean, I struggle. There's people that's dropped thousands of dollars at shows with me. And I'm just like, I always try. I'm selling out my own pocket. I'm like,
Big G, how are you?
Should this be a thing? What's up, dude? You didn't miss no party. You didn't miss no party.
Nothing started yet. We didn't.
I'm like, now Big G's gonna go to Janesville. I'll talk a little bit about Janesville and make Big G happy. One of my biggest shows was at Janesville. I did 5 figures. I won't say the exact number, but I did 5 figures out of Janesville. And Black Knight wasn't even brought up. People wanted my Clouded. I was offered at that show. I was offered $5,000 for the Clouded I took that Leo scene. I was offered $5,000 for that gecko, and I said no. And it wasn't because of the money. I didn't think it was worth more. I just didn't want Clouded in the wrong hands. I wanted it built by people I knew. I wanted it played with by people I knew. But I took that 4th gen there, and it's a brown gecko all the way from head to tail almost. And a guy came up and says, I want it. And I said, I'm not even opening the container. So that was that. But I did do some big money there. Janesville's a big money show. But you need to start thinking about doing these shows too, right here. Look, how my hand works? These shows right
there.
Scaled Up Expos. Green Bay shows really decent. I do really decent there. Kakana's, is it Kakana? No, Fond du Lac. I'm sorry. I always say Kakana. Fond du Lac show and the Rothschild show. I know it's a little bit farther for you, but There's going to be some new stuff coming up for these shows, so we're going to be able to get you up there for them.
Miss Gary's birthday party. Yeah,
that was last month. Yeah, I had a party. Well, yeah, I think they're being more responsible outcrossing, even on geckos. My problem with outcrossing is people think it's a cross. So I got pure macularis here. I have guaranteed pure macularis. They're het nothing. Okay, so let's say I take a blood from my pure bloodline and I breed it to a macularis just to outcross it. Can I call them pure bloods? There's no other tangerine in them. There's none. There's no other tangerine in them. So I could take them babies and breed them back to each other and make bloods. Or I could breed like 2 different bloods to 4 different macularis and then take them siblings together and I'll make some intense bloods again and have new blood. Can I call them blood tangerines? That's the thing.
Miles is in the house.
I like the 2-day shows. I will tell you, and where's Miles? He's a ghost.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
The last 2-day show Janesville did, that's when we had Gecko Row. Miles showed up. It's kind of weird. They had me, we had Miles, Evan, and Dab. My buddy Dylan, which runs this show. And it was a great show. The best thing, I might try to get down there for the auction and stuff if they're running an auction. We had fun. The last 2-day shows, when I lost my money bag, it was like $3,000 to $4,000 in it, and we found it. But then I broke my lens. I don't know if I told you that I broke my lens that night.
Yeah, I remember that. You were called. You sent me a picture. Like, what am I going to do?
I was crushed.
Didn't you lose your bag of money that day?
Yeah,
too?
I lost my bag of money, and I called Mickey and I texted Mickey. He was out to dinner, and he goes, "Dude, I'll be back there as soon as possible. I'm looking all over. I'm looking in my car, looking in my room. My wife's looking around, and for some reason they let me in, and they were not supposed to. But Mickey said he never told them. They let me in. They walked me to my table, and there it was, sitting on top of the table. That's how trustworthy everyone was. They knew it was my money bag. It was still sitting there. So I took my money bag. And there's a funny story I'll tell you after this too. So I got my money bag, went upstairs. I was going to take pictures with my 500 millimeter. It's a macro lens. I was going to get some really cool macro shots of some animals. Open up, the front glasses broke. I was crushed. Yeah, see? Yeah, see? I was texting him. I'm like, dude, I lost my money bag. I was done. And so I was like, God wants me to lose thousands of dollars this weekend, I guess. You know, I was crushed. But I got that lens fixed. But what's funny is the last Janesville I went to, the very last Janesville that I vended, because I canceled everything this year because of a good situation, but a bad situation. It's not bad for me. There's just a situation going on that takes my time. So I can't pack for shows. But I'm at the last show, and there's a guy because Mickey and Tamara don't come up to our show anymore. They might be coming up for this 2-day show. So you might see Mickey and Tamara here, but there's a guy named Cody, really good guy. But I walk into this show, and I'm trying to see if I can set up the night before, because I always like setting up the night before. And the hotel manager's like, "Sir, we will get you there. It's not ready yet, but we're going to get it there. You can stay down there as late as you want." She thought I ran the show. Cody talked to her. She still says, I'm trying to get him in there, blah, blah, blah. She thought I ran the whole show. I was like, no, I don't know. And that was a fun thing. I give mine away. Yeah, see, he gives his away there. Well, I traded one and gifted some. So, I mean, I that was a funny little thing. I like the shows. I like the atmosphere in Wisconsin. I really do. The best show I've ever done, and I mean, it wasn't even a money thing. It was that show with Miles, Evan, and Dylan. It was just us 4 breeders sitting in a row, and we had fun. It was one of my best shows ever. Now, Sewerfest was better yet. Sewerfest is my best show I've ever done. It was a 1-day show. But I do have a lot of wholesale accounts that come up to that show. I mean, a lot of wholesale. I take geckos to that show. Just to let you know, when I start vending shows, I usually take 200 to 600 geckos, anywhere from 200 to 600 geckos to a show. So that show, dude, that will go down in history as it's just an amazing show. And that's what that proved, that gecko people aren't in competition with each other. We just had fun, and we were selling each other's geckos, and it was a blast. I mean,
I wish I lived closer, man, because I would go to these shows.
Dude, you can set up right next to me. Like I get asked all the time. I'm like, do you mind if this gecko person? Yeah, put him right next to me. We're good. You don't care? No, we're good. I'll sell geckos. I forget the kid's name. There's a kid that wears an orange shirt at all those scaled up reptile expos, and I sell his geckos. 100%, I sell his geckos. I'll go and try to make sure he does it. I could make any money by Gary, but still have fun. Dude, I love you. Come on. My friend told me, Casey told me that he texted me when I announced that I wasn't doing shows at the beginning of the year. I was canceling shows. I told everyone if they wanted something that I would get them there. They really wanted something. And he goes, oh, so the rest of us could sell leopard geckos. I'm like, it's not that bad, dude. Come on. And it's just funny.
So you got to be smart. You got to put some of your geckos on Gary's table without him looking, and he'll be selling them. And
I'll sell anyone's gecko. Well, not anyone's, but I will sell. And I will say this: Miles Evans geckos are some. I'd put my name on them. I'd say if whatever they say it is, it is. And that's a rarity.
Big G, are you going to that one too next month, Tinley? Just to go check it out, or are you going to go anything like that? I got to get going to some of these bigger shows.
I won't be at Tinley. I got my email. I got my yearly, well, whatever, bi-yearly email saying, hey, you want tables? And it's really hard because to tell some people I have custody of my grandchildren. I'm 42. I do have 2 grandchildren. I have custody of them. So it's really hard to take these children to reptile shows and have them sit for that long. Then it's really hard to run the tables that I do because like at Scaled Up, I get 3 tables. At Sewerfest, I get 2. And at Janesville, I get 2. And I guarantee if I wanted more at Janesville and Sewerfest, I would get them. But Scaled Up, I mean, running 3 tables by myself is hard.
Insane.
And I mean, I don't have all my geckos locked up. They're in cups. I'm sure I've had stolen geckos. I'm sure of it.
Maybe I'll have to come out and go to the shows with you so you can,
dude, I would love that. I mean, I'd pay for the hotel if we rocked it out. I would do it. I'd pay for the hotel. I'd pay for the food. My G baby is with me this weekend. That's sweet. I love, dude.
Mine will be here tomorrow. Both of mine will be here tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's my thing now. Scaled Up. The reason I try to do Scaled Up, and nothing against Mickey and Tamara are amazing people, and so is Shane. I love their shows. Is I'm really close friends with Dylan. Dylan's like family to me, like Andrew is, and they help with the grandchildren if they're there. Brittany helps out with them and stuff like that, and it really helps out. And it's just, I'm in a different zone when I'm at a show. I'm in a different area of my. It's like I go into I'm a different Gary. And I love talking geckos. I can talk geckos all day. I literally can. I can talk geckos all day.
I will definitely do that, Frank. Let me write that down so I don't forget. Aquarimax, Russ?
I wanna look at Russ's. Brittany is amazing.
He does a lot of isopods.
Oh, isopods are fun.
Yep.
Yeah, Brittany, just like Missy and Laura, are the backbones to Impeccable, Orner Exotics, and Dab. I will say that in a heartbeat. And now Scaled Up. To tell you guys a little story about Scaled Up Expos is I met him years ago at a small show, and I almost bought his whole table, Dylan's whole table. I walked up. He didn't know who I was. I just walked up, asked him some real specific questions. He's very honest, and his exact words is, these came from Impeccable. I'm like, Miles, done. I'm happy. That's all I said. I want them all. That's my exact words. He just looked at me, and I bought them all. And we became talking friends. Like, we talked. And then he seen me at a Sewerfest. He see me at Sewerfest. And he started talking about doing a reptile show, and I was going to start a reptile in Green Bay. No joke, I was going to do it. I was gonna do it. I was done. But he started doing it. I'm like, well, then this guy can freaking do it. And I can just, this is what I thought. I'm like, he can freaking do it, and I'll just bend it. Awesome. I don't have to put the work in, you know? And I am not joking. The very first Green Bay show, every single person said this guy was going to fail. He would not get the walkthrough. He wasn't going to do it. He had to stop people from coming in the building because it was too many people.
Crazy.
I've never seen a first expo like Green Bay. It was huge. And I only got one table. Not joking. I got got one table. I live in Green Bay. I said, if I need geckos, I can jet for a minute and I go get them. I had tortoises and stuff like that. And I can't believe the sales I did at that show. I still can't believe it. And then all of a sudden he moved Green Bay and I was scared. I was like, oh God, you're moving the show after one show, dude. Oh God, it was so good. He doubled the walk-in. He doubled it. So he doubled the walk-in. And then he got Rothschild. Then he got Fond du Lac. And the dude is a machine. And I'm not saying he does not do this for money. I can tell you that 100%. Everything that he gets goes back into the show, or he gets stuff for raffles for the Madison Area Herp Society. He is a member of the Madison Area Herp Society. He does stuff for US Arc. Brittany and Dylan are just they are the model of what the hobby should be. And Mickey and Tam are awesome too, and Shane is awesome. I love them. Don't get me wrong. I love Mickey and Tamara. I love Shane. It's just to see Dylan grow from being told that people weren't helping him. He was asking show promoters questions, and no one helped him. And he figured it out himself. And he dug down deep, and he figured out table situations. For people that don't understand, you got to go rent tables. You got to rent tables for the show. So he's paying for tables at the show. So if the event grounds don't have tables, he has to bring them in from another company. And the advertising and how he did it, and the logo design and the website, and Dylan and Brittany are just amazing people. That 100%, 100%. If you guys can look up DAB Exotics and follow them on everything, Scaled Up Expos on Facebook, just go there, like their stuff. I can't say enough about Dylan and Brittany. It just when it comes down to like literally Dylan and Brittany are in the Andrew Miles and stuff circle with me. That's what they are. They're just, he's put a lot of work in what he did. I mean, he busted his butt to do this, and he doesn't want credit for it. He's like, I do it for you guys. That's what he does.
That's cool. That's cool though. That's cool. Big G, if you go, you should take your camera and get some good video and do some video.
Yeah. Oh, my name's Big G. I don't do YouTube no more. Freaking non-YouTuber.
I don't know what happened to that guy, man. He just
freaking big Utes.
He was doing it was one of the greatest channels out there, and then boof, gone.
No more. I'm sitting there like, I'm starting to like this guy. Do you know the first YouTube video that I thought was funny? When he did that one is like, how much does it start to get into the hobby and to get a gecko project? And he takes some $100 bills, he's ripping them up. I was like, that is the best thing ever. YouTube is dead.
I gotta say though, I was really enjoying them, and then he goes off and gets another job, and it's like, I gotta go, guys. Boom.
See, what I'm thinking about doing, this is for the promoters and stuff. I'm thinking about doing filming for the reptile shows. I'm thinking about doing it. But I thought about it. I'm going to do it for Scaled Up Expos. I just need to get there. Honestly, guys, everyone thinks it's because something else is bad. It's I don't have time to pack. To pack my stuff, it literally takes me 3 to 4 days. And it's not packing the geckos that takes 3 to 4 days. It's making the tags and getting the stuff right, and geckos poop. So after I pack them, when I get to the show, I got to redo everything and wipe out containers, and
It's a mission.
Yeah, it's a big thing. Like it's huge. And then I still get people's like, oh, there's gecko poop in there. I brought 250 geckos. There's going to be a gecko that poops. It's just going to happen.
It happens. Yeah, they're a wild animal. They're basically wild animals. They do what they want to
and I was like, geez. And I guess we're ghost roaming the chat.
You talk about Big G in that video that he did with you ripping up the money, talking how much it costs to get in and all. That was one of the better videos I've ever seen out there on how much it costs to get in, everything you need, and then he's got it figured out to what you can make if you do it, just if everything turns out right. That was a great video. I'll admit that was a great video.
My gecko's poop. Yeah, Big G started getting me, and I just liked his direction to the videos. I really like that.
I liked having him on the show too. We'll have to get him back on one day if he ever has time.
If he has time, he's moved up to Chicago.
I know he doesn't.
I'm
surprised he even considers coming into our little circle anymore.
Well, see, I'm thinking about buying a casino because I'm a gecko breeder. I'm worth millions of dollars.
Yeah. Well. Oh.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. Just
kidding. To tell you the truth, I've always told everyone this: if you actually do it as a business, you can make a lot of money doing geckos.
Yeah.
With wholesale and retail, you can make a lot of money doing geckos. But people go to the ball python because ball pythons don't take the time. But I'm going to tell you something right now. It's easier to sell $100 or $200 gecko than it is a $5,000 ball python all day.
All day.
They poop jelly beans. Do they poop jelly beans?
Are they tasty jelly beans?
Yeah. Thanks, guys. More videos coming. Had to get moved, and now new room. Oh, that's awesome. That actually makes my day.
Yeah, it does.
That makes my day.
I like Leo's little comment. We have them now because Leo's in Chicago.
Yeah. So that's what I want to do is I want to promote, and that's what I'm gonna try to do commercials for this show. So maybe like a halfway point, we have a 30-second commercial, 2 15-minute commercials for people watching it, and we could do like a scaled up commercial or even an impeccable because Miles ain't allowed to leave. I will drive down to Miles, and me and Missy will beat him up. I got inside with the wifey.
Time to give the jelly beans a try.
But Missy might beat me up though. I don't know.
Scary business. Got to watch that.
Yeah, the wives are just But I like that. I would love another 2-day show and just have everyone that I know just there. I don't care if I sell a gecko. I honestly don't. I don't.
Because it's so far that if I would come there, it would be just to help you out or something. That's what I'd be coming for.
Hey, Leo, your wife is awesome. She hooks up. That's why you fit in. We all got wives. We all got. The only one that don't have wives is my boy Evan. My boy Evan.
He's young yet, though, right?
Yeah, Evan. I don't know how the dude even sleeps. He's such a good guy. He doesn't sleep. He knows more about geckos at his age than I did at his age, And I don't know. He's humble. Evan's awesome. I love Evan. He's my boy. The first time I met him, when he came here, everyone's like, "Oh, Evan's coming here." I'm like, "That's freaking awesome." That's what I said. I was like, "Freaking hey, that's sweet."
Yeah, that's a good one.
I'm like, he does the gecko, his gecko talk, the Strength and Leos. I'm like, it's amazing.
Now, when he first started Strength and Leos, was that not a podcast on Blog Talk Radio or something, or am I thinking of something different?
I don't think he ever did Blog Talk.
Then I'm thinking of Golden Gate Geckos did something.
No, you're thinking of Late Night Leos.
Late Night Leos, that's what I'm thinking.
Now, Late Night Leos was owned by 2 different people. It might be owned by I think Morgan still owns it. I forget the kid's name, and it's killing me that I forgot his name because he interviewed me 3 times back in 2007-ish, 2008. He interviewed me with HR 669, Leopard Geckos, Enigma. I was on there for it. And then something happened to that kid. Something happened and he's gone. And then Morgan got Late Night Leos. And Morgan and Jeff Scott would do it. And I would jump on Late Night Leos all the time with Morgan and Jeff Scott. And we literally, guys, people have no clue because you guys don't hear this part. back then, Blog Talk would only let you do 2 hours. That was it. But you could continue doing the show, but unless they were listening live, they couldn't hear it the next day. They wouldn't record past 2 hours. Okay. So
when did they do that? Because when I
this
did
was
them
right when
past 2 hours. Oh, when it
this was when it first started. Yeah.
Okay.
So here we are after 2 hours. We're still going. I think we had a 6-hour show one time. We're just sitting there goofing off, joking around, doing, anything and everything. If you go on Late Night Leos and you go on the Blog Talk, you can find them still. I did interviews about white and yellow, the atomic, lots of the different stuff. It was some fun times with Late Night Leos. Late Night, that was a fun one. And then I think I even got one on David Fine Geckos. What was his? I got an interview on there too.
I don't know.
I forget. Oh, David Fine Geckos did one. I want to say Gecko Mafia, but it wasn't Gecko Mafia. But he had one too. Back then, it was when everything. I didn't do
Did you ever do a reptile radio show?
Sorta. I called in one time and they kept me on there for a while.
Oh,
until they hated me.
Well, that was easy to do because they hate everybody, don't they? Not hate you. And I'm not saying that about you. I'm just saying they end up hating everybody. So it doesn't.
Where are they?
Yeah, good question.
Where are they?
They're no way. But now, to tell how long somebody's been in the reptile industry, you need to ask them. So what did you do during HR 669? And I bet you'll have them like, what? What's HR 669?
I dread A6. That one was tough. I was going.
That was a tough one.
City halls. I was calling everyone I could, doing interviews. That's when Brian was helping. Brian was doing the same thing.
My wife and I wrote so many letters and printed them out and then signed them all and stamped them all and sent boxes and boxes and boxes of letters. And it was crazy stuff.
It was really crazy stuff. I mean, HR 669 was the biggest one in my era at the time. I mean, they were going after everything. They were going after goldfish.
Yep.
You weren't going to have any pets, period. It was
That's
done.
what this new one is doing. This American Competes Act.
I need to get more involved in the HR 669 in the laws, and we need to start doing a little bit of news and
we
stuff
need to
like
get
that.
Phil on here.
I can give him an email. You can give him an email. I don't know if I have his phone number. I don't think I have Phil's phone number.
We need to get him on here because it's, like this here. This is a big one.
Yeah,
again. They're going after everything that's not a dog or a cat.
Yeah, it's a tough thing when they go after pets like this. But the reason it's hard is we gotta get them to understand that and I say this again, that we breed animals for our own enjoyment and put them in a box.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard to. I can understand where they're coming from, but where they attack us saying, "Hey, they're dangerous" or something like that, they're not. When I was fighting HR 669, I was one of the largest venomous keepers in the world. I had tons of venomous snakes. I mean, we're talking 300-400 snakes at any given time, and you go to your governor and say, "Hey, I should be able to keep my king cobras," but why? Because I like them, but why?
Yeah.
Hey, Frank, that tank.
Thanks for coming in, buddy.
Thank you.
I'll check that video out.
And that's what's hard is go there and say, "Hey, I got boom slings. What's a boom sling? Oh, this is the most venomous snake in Africa. Mm-hmm. Oh, is there AV back then? No, there's no AV for him. Mm-mm. So if you get bit, I'm going to die." So it was hard. So you had to come at it and say, this is a hobby. And you didn't want to put down another hobby saying, well, these people have guns. You didn't want to do it that way. You had to.
No, because you didn't want to throw them under the bus. Yeah,
exactly. So it was a tough fight. And, that's why supporting, U.S. ARC is a big thing. Or, PJAC's another one to support.
Yeah.
PJAC's another one that people don't remember. PJAC does more of all animals, not just reptiles.
PJAC does a lot of tarantulas and stuff like that.
Yep, they'll do tarantulas, mice, mouse breed. See, I don't want to say it, but they've already done it, so they already know. If they went after the feeders, it would destroy us.
Them going after this, PETA and stuff like that, they definitely hate any animal. They hate people having animals and everything. And people, and that's like the Humane Society, not your local Humane Society, but
They're different.
they're different.
Humane Society of the United States.
The Humane Society of the United States, you send them $100, and people do this all the time. I bet you not even $1 goes towards the animals. The rest goes into the other people's pocket.
The Humane Society of the United States is not the Humane Society of your local. They're totally different. So do not support the Humane Society of the United States. Does not want you to have pets. Period. A lot of people think that like PETA is new and that the Humane Society of the United States is new. They've been around forever. PETA's been around for a long time. And then before we had USARC was PJAC. Okay. And Frank's here and he's asking what overturned HR 669 mainly.
Everybody's sticking together.
Well, we were sticking together, and it wasn't the reptile trade. The reptile trade played a big part. There was me, there was Brian Barczyk, Kevin McCurley. There were some big names. Jay.
Andrew Wyatt.
We were talking. We were going to city halls,
Congress,
anything we could to get our names out there and get what we wanted, mailing letters. But the law would have banned a lot of food sources. It would have banned fish aquariums, and it just slowly but surely it didn't make sense. It wasn't making sense for them. Just like in Wisconsin, you're not allowed to bring animals in. Luna, Big G, don't worry about this. But technically, you're not allowed to bring in animals in the state of Wisconsin without every single one having a health check. It's on the books. But do you know what it's for? Cattle.
Cows.
100% is for cattle. They will not enforce it on anything else. It was meant for cattle. For when the cattle had diseases, you had to have them health checked to come in.
Buffalo are big ones that carry diseases that go to cattle, so they have to have a health check on every animal.
Yeah, so it just blankets everything. So I mean, is anyone ever going to enforce that? No. But it's there. It's a law.
I'm going to say one more thing, and Frank, this is not directed towards you deliberately, but doing things that brings bad attention to what we do. Also, we didn't do that back then, so it kind of stopped them from doing it. Like, I'm not saying anything what you do or anything. You do what you want to do, but like when you come out and say you would like to breed that because of the colors and stuff like that, but they have problems. When you breed problematic animals, it brings problems to the hobby, which brings bad attention. You talk about bad attention. That was a big thing. They really got on people doing bad attention things back during HR 669. And I mean, if you did something bad, they basically shunned you completely because they wanted nothing to do with that.
Well, since Frank's sitting here, my channel, because Frank put on there so he can listen to this, that I only have 400 subscribers. I had over 400,000 subscribers. I didn't have 3,500. I had over 400,000 subscribers on YouTube before there was a big thing with YouTube. I lost my channel. Okay. When you went back to my
Big G, that's funny. Sorry. I just read that.
I know. I love that. When I had my channel, I was an influencer. When I put it out, I was bigger than Snake Bites TV. I advertised for Brian and blah, 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 but Brian got bigger than I would ever be. I would never be in the 3 to 5 million. I didn't do it that way. But I had something that only one other YouTuber had at the time. Now, every YouTuber seems to have venomous snakes, but it was me and Al Caritz.
Mm-hmm.
It was Viper Keeper. It was me and him. Him and I put venomous keeping in a good light. We didn't free handle. We used hooks. We explained the animals. We explained what the venom can do and all this other stuff. And we showed it in a responsible light. If an animal didn't need to be bred, we didn't breed it. If something was bad, we didn't go for that more. If we didn't want to show animals were going to be put in danger just for our own enjoyment. And I keep saying that we breed animals to put in a box for our own enjoyment. That's what we do. So if we do something that's bad, if we do something that's going to hurt the animal or even give death to an animal, why do that? And we got to prove that if they're going to latch on to anything possible to make
keeping live animals is a big one.
Ugh. So to give you an example, Ohio. I'm from Ohio. I'm born and raised in Ohio. I love Ohio. It used to be one of the most free states in the United States. You could own anything. If I wanted a freaking tiger, I could get a tiger. Okay. There's 3 incidences that made it where now you cannot have anything.
That freaking idiot to let them all go.
There's that. There was a firefighter that had a gaboon bite on his stomach. He got bit by a gaboon on his stomach. And then there was a tiger that got loose up north in Ohio. And then that guy that let it loose, the guy that killed himself and let all his animals loose. Them 3 incidences of stupidity killed it for us. Now, someone's going to say, well, 2 were let loose. The gaboon didn't get loose. The guy just got bit. But now what's that do? Venomous snakes can kill people. But venomous snakes, there's never been a third-party bite. Meaning that it was not the owner. It was not the person working with it. Nothing's got out and killed somebody.
Let me tell you what happened here in my state. You could have anything. You used to be able to have anything. No joke. And the cops went to a domestic dispute. The cops went in, took care of the domestic dispute. The wife goes, he's got venomous snakes in the other room. Really not a big deal. They were all properly caged, locked up, everything. And they had to call out zookeepers to come and get them because he was the one that took care of them. They were taking him to jail, so they confiscated his stuff. Well, he had 9 of the 15 most venomous snakes in the world in there. Well, that's all it took. Then they were like, well, how come people can have this in their house? What the heck? What if there was, what if the cops had to go in and he took one out and threw it at a cop or something, And it went downhill from there for the venomous stuff.
And that's the way it goes. Take dog breeding, for instance. There's dog breeds out there that are being illegal to breed in overseas now. They're making it illegal to breed.
Pit bulls and Rottweilers are 2 big ones.
Well, not even pit bulls. One's a bulldog and one's a spaniel.
Why?
Because of health issues. Because of health issues.
Health issues.
There's health issues in the dogs, and so they made it illegal to breed. It was just a big thing last week or the other day.
Well, that's I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, go
ahead. Finish what you were saying.
I was gonna say that in dogs. If big dogs like English Mastiffs, my brother had an English Mastiff. Large dogs don't live as long as purebreds. Purebreds don't live as long as mutts. But they just made it illegal because of health issues. I forget what the spaniel had though. The spaniel had some type of issue,
probably an eye disease or something. But here's the one thing I was going to talk about. Now, you get over to overseas, like over in Europe and stuff like that, you can't have a spider ball python because it has a neurological issue.
Yep.
They ban it. So do you see how breeding things with neurological issues or problematic animals can start slowly chipping away at the bigger picture? That's all that upsets me. And, Frank, I understand that you want to do this and try to prove it out. That's why you need to try to do it in secret. And when you prove it, not in secret even, but document everything. And then when you prove that you're right, then come out with all the information and
Frank,
fix it.
I'm going to tell you something. There's already 2 people already doing it that's keeping it private, and they found out that it's not. They're already doing it. They're just not public about it, and they're not selling them. They're not offering them to the public. So that issue, that's what I have a problem with. But your other question about how did venomous keepers come about and how did venomous imports ever be allowed and be in private parties? Because we live in America where it's free. Tell you the truth, venomous keepers are probably some of the most responsible keepers there are out there because there's never been a third-party bite. There's been tigers on the loose and there's been other things like that, but there's never been. I know there's been 2 snakes recently. But at the same time, there's still never been a third-party bite. You never hear of a venomous snake getting loose in an apartment and biting a child into sleep. You don't hear about that because it don't happen. Venomous keepers in general are usually very responsible with keeping their venomous snakes.
I'll tell you, a snake might get out of its cage, but it ain't getting out of the room. And it will not get out of the room alive. He'll tell you that.
So at the same time, just like, we're buying leopard geckos or you're buying a retic. A retic is more dangerous than a rattlesnake all day. Reticulated python's more dangerous. I'm gonna prove this right now. If I'm alone and I get bit by a rattlesnake, I have time to get help. If I'm attacked by a 20-foot reticulated python by myself and it suffocates me, or pythons don't actually suffocate, they actually been proven they stop the heart. But let's say they suffocate me or kill me, I don't have a chance. So, but these are the type of things that shouldn't be really said because they're going to use this type of shit. They're going to use this against us. But responsible keepers are what needs to be done. We need to show that we hold ourselves to a higher standard than they're holding us to. And that's the important part. That's what the important part. We need to hold ourselves to. We're not scientists. I don't need the level that I have a larger collection than you. My collection, my one row of racks probably crush your numbers. And I couldn't do a scientific study on lemon frost. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't be able to produce the numbers to do a scientific research on it. And that's what I'm trying to say. I couldn't say, well, 80% of this is going to happen. I could produce thousands of them, and it wouldn't be right. How many would have to die? How many would have to die? How many would have produced tumors? How many would do this? How many would do that? And like, it's been proven, it's been in the papers that non-lemon frost from the lemon frost line can have tumors. So what does that do?
That means it's genetic. It can be.
So you're selling the siblings that aren't lemon frost to the people. You could be putting them tumors out there. You have to keep every single thing you produce and not sell anything.
Keep it all.
Keep it all. Keep it all until you can put it on your name saying it's 100% gone. And it's not going to be because it's been done. And that's my problem. And you're putting it out there trying to get this. And new people are seeing your videos going, oh, lemon frosts are sweet. I want one. I've seen that in your video. I'm saving up money. Why do they need to save up money for an animal that shouldn't be sold anyway? It's either about the money or it's not about the money. It's either about the hobby or it's about the business.
I'll be honest with you, Frank. You have a talent for what you do. You could definitely bring great things to the hobby because you have a way about you to like your charisma about you is just great when it goes to getting on front of the screen. But for me, you look up a video on something and your channel comes up because it does. Your channel comes up first. No joke. And that's a good thing. But these new people coming in see this lemon frost and it's like they don't understand it. They weren't around for the whole thing.
To give you another example, like when I told you what P stands for in Raptor, pattern and stripe, and you said I'm a funny person, that's what it stands for. Pattern stripe is when stripe was spread to stripe, and it made it vanish as a pattern stripe. That's what I'm trying to say is sometimes you talk before you know, and some of your videos contradict your videos. You're contradicting yourself. So you're telling these people, and I think sometimes you're more worried about the views and your subscribers than you are about being humble and saying, hey, I just don't know, so I'm not going to make a video on this subject. Like the Clown and G project, that's Matt Veronic. And you even messed up his name, and I know you think it's, you're like, oh yeah, I made a video, but it's Matt Veronic. It's Sasabak. I was just talking that you might not even know who Hiss and Kelly of Hammock is. These are people that are cornerstones. You need to know the history of the hobby and the history of the business to be able to not repeat the same mistakes. You just need to. And I don't feel that you care enough about the history to put on what we should be going, the direction we should go on. And that's why I love new people. You can talk to Adam. Adam's new. Bubba's new. David, he's new. I love them. And they don't agree with that. I don't feed bee pollen to my stuff. Doesn't mean it's wrong. But
why not? Gives them a lot of sugar, energy.
I haven't tried it. I haven't done it. I don't know. I just haven't done it. There's no other reason. But but if David started breeding, Enigma, I would get on him about it. I'd be like, dude, Enigmas are garbage. That should be a morph that's left to die. We have enough morphs with the line breeding and the morphs that we don't need that. We don't need that negativity.
The white and yellow, there's a white and yellow line that does do the 100% spinning, and then there's a white and yellow line that does not.
100%. And you brought up John Scarborough, and John Scarborough exactly says that when he wrote it down. So you kind of twist things sometimes to meet what you're trying to say. You try to twist it, and the truth is the truth. The truth will set you free, and you should know that. I mean, you should know that with your past and your religious and all that other good stuff, which is awesome. I like that, but I mean, don't twist things to be you and try to sit there and your title's misleading. It's clickbait. Why should we breed lemon frost? Lemon frost shouldn't be bred. 100%. You're not a scientist. If it's going to be for cancer research, let the scientists breed them for the cancer research and let them do it in a controlled environment. because you're breeding it. You're not breeding it for research. You're breeding it for the pet trade. You're breeding it for commercial so you can profit off of it. That's what it's for. If that's what you're going to do, stop lying about it and start saying, I'm going to breed it to prove it. I'm going to take the tumors out so I can sell it to people. Then be honest about it.
Mm-hmm.
Be honest about it. And then I don't control what you do. Do what the hell you want to do.
That's
do whatever you want to do.
Do what you want.
But there's consequences with everything that everyone does. You might not like the consequences. Consequences can be good and be bad. I don't care what people say. It can be good or bad. Deal with the consequences. Deal with them. Because to tell you the truth, you could come to me right tomorrow and say, I will give you $1 million for one of your geckos, Gary, and I would not sell it to you. Because money does not mean anything to me when it comes to this hobby. Like I said, I probably give it away more geckos than you produce in a year.
That's because the hobby is more important than money is for it.
How many people come to me and says, hey, Gary, we want to donate. I think I took in one donation on our coffee. I say, go give it to US Arc.
Mm-hmm.
Every single person, go give it to US Arc. Go give it to US Arc. This person right here has not paid me nothing. I've not taken anything from him. He's just good for the hobby. He does enough for the hobby. He deserves that. My favorite Christmas movie is Die Hard.
I watched that movie that you said yesterday.
What, Die Hard? Die Hard.
No, man, I love you, man, or something like that. I love you, man. The best scene was definitely the vomit scene when he was drinking all of it.
And Frank, I'm telling you, Frank, if you actually started thinking about the hobby more than business, you would succeed more than I do. I'm going to tell you that right now. If you actually thought about the hobby more than making money, because if you're selling them, if you're selling Lemon Frost right now, you're wrong. That just like some of the stuff you said, like Eclipse, a reverse stripes tied into Eclipse, a lot of striping, a lot of different morphs, like patterns pop out of Eclipse. You didn't know that. You just told me they spontaneously pop out. Sort of. I wish sometimes you would do this and breed for a few years, because guess what? You're going to learn a lot of new stuff when you said you're breeding 250, is it 250 you said? 250 females? You're going to learn more this year than you did last year. Mm-hmm. You're going to start seeing different stuff. You're going to start seeing different stuff. You're going to start seeing that. And that's what I'm trying to tell you is I've seen you actually not know something. Someone tell it to you, and you make a video about it 2 weeks later. And Die Hard is 100% a Christmas movie.
No, Becky didn't say it. She didn't mean it like that. She thinks it's funny because she even, you see, what's his name? What's his name? Bruce Willis even came on, and he stood up in front of everybody and said, "It is not a Christmas."
Who's
movie.
Bruce Willis? He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Even though he played the part.
He's just an actor. He doesn't know. I mean, someone call Bruce Willis. I'll argue him. It's a Christmas movie. He even wore the Santa hat. Didn't he wear the Santa hat? Yeah,
I think he did.
Yeah. So he doesn't know.
What's your favorite Christmas movie there, Big G? I don't remember you saying it. What's everybody's favorite Christmas movie? Everybody knows mine now.
My favorite Christmas movie? I don't know. Krampus?
You said that yesterday.
Yeah, let's get Bruce Willis on. Someone get Noah's number. Let's text him. Yeah, let's see.
You know what, Big G? You're the big guy. You call him on the phone and get him out here.
I would love Bruce Willis on. I would say it's a Christmas movie. I don't care. Some actors I know. Tony Shalhoub of The Monk. He's my cousin. Well, I married into it. He's my wife's cousin. I see him once a year. So I do know him.
Try to get him on.
I do know him, and he's actually a really funny guy. He's just like he is. You would think he would be. That's what he is in real life. So he's really cool.
Band of Santa was hilarious.
Band of Santa is funny, and Christmas Vacation.
Christmas Vacation, both hilarious.
Love that.
We make fun of my son because last year he went out Christmas tree hunting and he went and cut the tree down, and it was bigger than the freaking. They had to cut like 10 feet off it to get in it. I was huge. I was like, you fool.
Do you know what I like about the National Lampoon movies? The kids were always different, but the
Yeah.
wife and the dad, you know, Clark, was always the same.
Shit,
There's
it's full.
full. I love them movies. What other movies? When you go to reptile movies, there's a reptile movie coming to
Scrooge
Netflix.
is a good one.
Someone
What's
told
that?
me there's a reptile show coming up on
Netflix. But I don't know what it is. I tried to find information on it. I couldn't find
Me too.
any.
It was on your live. Someone was talking about it.
Yeah, they said go to the Tarantula Collective, and in one of his videos he talks about it that's coming out. But I went over there and I couldn't find it.
Huh? I'm gonna really look for that. I do know that Bob Irwin is Robert Irwin has a really cool series on TikTok right now. He's doing a TikTok series. He's taming a bird. He's doing some pretty cool stuff. I like that.
Steve Irwin's dad, right? Is that who you're talking about?
No, Steve Irwin's son.
Robert.
Bobby. Robert. I call him Bob's now, but he's Robert, right? Is it Robert? Or maybe I'm wrong on his first name.
I don't know.
But it's his son. I thought it was named after his dad. But there's a lot of different types of shows coming out. I do want to film something for myself. I want to do a wildlife thing. I've been talking to a few guys in the Madison Area Herp Society. I want to go out herping and do Wisconsin herps. Do something like that. That's why I bought that gimbal. I almost won another one today. I couldn't believe I didn't want it. I was like, oh, that's a version 1. I really don't want that one now, and I'm glad it got outbid. I want to do that. I was thinking about doing the shows because I got so much gear. And do you know what's funny? I laugh about it. Is most people use this.
That's what I use.
They use their phone, and I got all this professional gear.
8K.
I mean, I got crap just sitting here. Look, I mean, I got wireless mics, and I got crap just sitting all over, and
I just
my
need
stuff
to use
sitting
right here too in arm's reach.
I don't know where my cameras are. They're upstairs, I think. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know where they're at. But it's the time. It's the time to edit video. It's the time, like, that's what gets me is I don't have it's I gotta make money. I'm expensive. I'm expensive. Like house payments and car payments and gecko bills. I told you my rainbow bill.
Yeah, I know that's crazy.
Like, fuck. And I'm like, great. I was like, great. You know, all right. You know, that's why I take it personal in the hobby is because the hobby comes first for me. I could care less about the money for the geckos I sell. I don't care. That's why I send you cool stuff. I'm like, oh, that looks good. I got so much held back for you right now.
I can't wait till the next order comes through.
I got some really cool stuff for you. And when I was feeding yesterday, not yesterday. It was Wednesday. I think it was Wednesday. Yeah, I was feeding the north wall, and I was like, oh wow, that animal looks cool. Oh, that animal looks cool. I started marking them down. Like either hold or it goes to you or it goes to Dylan. That's what I was doing. I was like, oh yeah. And that's why the clouded goes to you. Dylan's got clouded. That's about it. I just want people to have fun with it and see what you can do. I hope you blow up with it. I hope you get some awesome stuff. I got some more stuff coming to you, and I hope you do awesome with it. That's the whole point. That's the hobby side to me.
Yeah, I know. Every time I send you pictures and stuff, you're like, you know what? You're the reason I love this hobby, man. Because you take so many pictures of stuff constantly, nonstop.
And I look at work. I could be at work. It's training one of my associates or selling a phone, and I'm like, oh, check that out. And I look at them. I do it, and I'll show them. I'm like, check that out. It's just fun to me. This is what I love. I mean, I miss being at 100 females. Because I had more time.
Yeah.
Geckos do take more time. When I had like 300 venomous snakes, they didn't take that much time. I was doing videos every day. I was filming every day.
No, it's funny you say that because not venomous, but snakes. I used to have hundreds of snakes, and I find it easier taking care of the geckos than I did the snakes, except for ball pythons. Ball pythons didn't do nothing but sit there, but when it come to the king snakes and stuff, man, they were work.
Yeah, they do. The geckos, I think, because we like it. My cobras used to, they crap everywhere. My
King snakes will do that
rattlesnakes,
too. Hognose
yeah,
too.
yeah. I mean, and I would the baby tubs. I think the reason I liked it is because we cleaned the cages once a week anyway because of the shows, and we had a rotation. My brother and I had a lot of stuff. Like we would do 2 shows a weekend. We would either do Columbus and Cleveland one weekend, Indianapolis and Chicago. We did two shows every weekend, so we couldn't take the animals that we took to one weekend to the next. So we had enough animals to rotate them 4 times.
Oh, okay.
And we had a lot of stuff. And my brother stayed back. I still worked, and he stayed back. He took care of the animals, and I would when I come home, I would just do videos, and that's how the things were rolling for the longest time. And now, just videos are it's hard because it's not the filming because I'm in there doing it anyway. I'm in there. I could just set up a camera and talk to the camera all day and show geckos and go, hey, look at this. It literally is, cleaning 400 tubs. It's like, I got to do it. I got to do it till 3 a.m. So at the end of the day, it's like, oh, it's 3 a.m. I'm not editing this video. Screw that.
Frank. Yeah, no, that's a lot of work. Frank, to answer your question, there's only one animal. Snakes, I guarantee there isn't one snake that you really couldn't get if you put your mind to it. But I know there's one animal that's on my list that I would want in a second that I know you cannot get anywhere, and that's a Tatuatara.
Yeah, that's well, I know where they're at.
They're in New Zealand. I know where they're at too. But you know what the problem is with that? By the time it was old enough to breed, I'd probably be dead because I'd be close to 100 by then. Because it takes 40 years for them to get up to maturity.
I mean, that's impossible to get. I mean, I honestly don't know. Earless monitors, but I can get those.
Yeah.
I'm blessed enough to know a lot of people.
That's what I was gonna say. I know almost everybody, and I'm sure if I put the word out and you had enough money, you can get pretty much anything, except for probably a Tuatara.
I know someone's gonna say Komodo dragon, but if I had the right facility, I bet you I could because I know my friend has one right now.
Yep.
My buddy, I saw Komodo's pretty easy. My friend has one. So I told him already I want to get down there and film with it, and I want to play with it. That's going to be cool. I think it's 4.5 feet.
Oh, that's a pretty good size. It's not huge, but it's getting there.
And then, I mean, I guess to personally keep, I know a lot of people, so I can go and get anything. I mean, I could play with it, I don't know.
What about you, Frank? What would yours be?
I mean,
Tuatara, easy Tuatara, yeah. Now, what's a POS Canon SX 420? Is that a good camera? That's what Game of Morphs use.
I don't know. I'll look it up while we're doing this. An SX 420.
Yes. Mine's a T1, I think it is. I would have to take it out of the bag.
Oh, that's a point and shoot. So, I mean, any of the point and shoots are going to do. It's a 20 megapixel. So, it's got a 1/2 inch CMOS sensor. So, that's not too bad. It's at the 24 to 1000 millimeter lens. At 1000 millimeter, your f-stop's probably so low that, I mean, it's not worth going to 1000 unless it's bright out or you're shooting the moon. Maybe the moon would do good with that. But a lot of times these point and shoots, that's what I call those. The point and shoots do fairly good with stuff because you're just doing geckos. What's good when you go to a body? Yeah, it's better than your phone. I guarantee that. What's cool when you go to a body like a DSLR, try to stay away from the Rebel regular series. If you're going to go Rebel, go to the I series, like a T3i, a T4i, a T5i. The T5 series, T3 series, they don't have autofocus, they don't have mic jacks and stuff like that, and the screen don't flip. If you want a nice camera body with a lens that you can do filming without a telephoto, it's not long. You'll get like an 18 to 55 millimeter with it. Is a M50. It costs you like $400. Then you open up to a lot of things. You can buy an EFM to an EF lens adapter, and you can use all Canon lenses on it. The Komodo, like I said, the Komodo is a very reachable thing.
And you could probably get the Draco too.
So I mean, once you get into it and you respect it a lot, I mean, there's a lot that happens. Like To tell you the truth, I can have a tiger tomorrow if I wanted it.
Yeah, I could. Yeah,
I could have a tiger tomorrow. I could have a lion tomorrow, a bear tomorrow. There's crocodilian species. I don't want to get too deep into it. That is almost impossible to get. I could get.
Yep. Oh, I've gotten crocodilian species. I'm not even supposed to have. Not that I've got them, but I could get them.
Yeah, I know how to get them legally. I know how to set it up and do it legally. Yeah, that's
the one I use.
Is that a T5i?
It's a
T4,
T6.
T6. Yeah, if you would have got the eye, it would have had the flipping screen.
Yeah, which is my next one or something. But
yep.
Although I was looking at the what's the one you talking about? That M50s.
The M50 is a really good blogger. It's a really good for anyone doing YouTube and stuff like that. It shoots 4K, but you don't.
Can you put a microphone on that one?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You can put microphone on it. The only thing the M50 does not do, it does not have an infrared shutter release. You actually have to buy the Canon shutter release, which it costs like $50 if you want a wireless shutter release, or you use your phone. You can use your phone to do it. But the M50, don't buy the Mark II. The M50 Mark II, there's not that much difference between the two. But it is a crop sensor. So anything that is, you got to times by 1.6. So if you have a 10 millimeter lens, it's really a 16 millimeter lens. Well, the field of view is a 16 millimeter. But a lot of my cool pictures that you guys see is shot with that $500. Well, I pay $500. It's like $400 now. M50, but it's on like a $2,000 lens.
Oh, I was gonna say the new M50s are, but the Mark IIs, I guess they're about $900.
Yeah, they're not worth the money. Or go buy a 5D or something like that. You can get them for like $300 to $500. You know, them are decent. It's the glass. When you go into a Canon or a Nikon or a Sony that you can change glass on the lens, you're going to start putting money into glass. I mean, I got lenses that are $2,000-$3,000 a piece.
Yeah.
And I mean, the microphone parts, like this mic here is a cheaper mic, wireless mic. It's older, but it has something I can plug into an amplifier. I put this into the camera. So basically I would have to do this, put this into my camera, and then strap this to whatever I'm having. And then I could put this on my and talk. So this is wireless, but it's older wireless, but it works.
Yeah. See, my thing is I would never get into it. Like, you take pictures, you love taking pictures. Is a different. So I wouldn't get $2,000 and $3,000 lenses because I would have no need for a $2,000 and $3,000 lens.
Yeah, the kit lens would do just fine for what you're doing. It's got like a 1 meter macro. And I mean, you can do 4K, you can do 720p, you can do 120 frames per second. So you can do that slow motion if you want. You can do 60 frames. I shoot everything in 24 frames, but I only shoot 1080p. I don't believe in 4K. When it goes onto the web, it doesn't really matter anyway. So I don't need that extra. I produce everything in 1080 anyway, so I shoot in 1080. Unless I want something that's really cool, I'll do 4K. What else? I mean, the little 14, I think it's like a 14 or 15 millimeter to 55 millimeter that comes with it, is a perfect lens for a blogger, or a vlogger, a YouTuber. The camera's insane. The files tend to be bigger than on your camera on that than it is this, but I could do more with it. You can do a lot more with it. So that's that. I mean, I believe Dave Kaufman shoots on a point and shoot.
Yeah,
I think a lot of his stuff is point and shoot.
I'm not sure though, but I know. Yeah.
And if you're doing action, GoPros are excellent. The new GoPros 8s, 7s, 8s, and 9s are amazing.
Well, I got an old one, an old Hero 3. That takes good video.
Yeah, they do great video, and you don't need a gimbal for them because they got stabilization in them already. Gimbals are fun though. You can do different types of shots with gimbals. That's why I bought one.
It's just the sound isn't the best on them, but if I put it on the computer, I can overlay the voice.
Yeah, the microphones. You buy a microphone, you can get a Rode mic now for $100.
Yeah, I know.
You get a Rode mic. They're
decent.
decent.
But they're not no more.
A Rode shotgun, it costs you like $100, so you can do that. A lot of stuff can be really done in your editing software, and at the end, when you shoot on a phone, there's not much you can do with it. I mean, you can, but you can't. When you start going to a camera, there's a lot you can do with it. You can start, I mean, you can crop it down to nothing and it'll still be perfectly clear.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then the slow motion is better on that. The stabilization's better on a camera than on the phone. I mean, the sensor on a phone is like this, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, video production I got into, radio production I got into. I mean, I was doing YouTube before it was cool to do YouTube. I was doing it in 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010. And everyone was like, "You're doing a reptile YouTube? You're stupid." That's what I was told. Like, you're an idiot. And
I would like to do a regular talk show on radio or something.
I might be
other than video. You know, doesn't have to always be video.
Yeah, I might be able to actually find this. Like some of my older videos, I can actually find on here. And maybe we can watch one of them. Let's see. This one, I have 100. Here's another one, 137 subscribers, which is my Gary Orner account. I think I can do Gary Orner Jr. though, because I did that right after. There's Late Night Leo's interview back 6 years ago.
You know, you didn't say nothing either. She'd kick your butt, right?
What's that?
Luna Geckos here. Huh.
I don't know. I don't know about the interview. My last GoPro was brand new, first time out of the box. Handy Dandy went to try to underwater video, but she forgot to put the Handy Dandy. But we love Handy Dandy. I love Handy Dandy. She's my friend. Let's see. I want to see if I can find one of my old videos. That's Gecko Nation Radio. I just found that interview. Here I can show you guys. Just to show you guys some. Let me see here. Add the stream. See, here's Fauna Radio. There's my channel I tried to make. I still have that one. I'm not subscribed to it. I'm on Fauna Radios now. But that was just Gary Orner afterwards. But here's 12 years ago, video response to Gary Orner. You will not find a Gary Orner YouTube channel that's 12 years old anymore. It got taken down. Something happened back then that some of the big accounts got taken down, and someone put like this white mask person up and deleted all your stuff. It was really weird, and I couldn't figure it out. Like here's some of my old stuff I was starting to re-upload. Let's just go to videos. New channel animals. Here's me talking about a gaboon. This was a re-upload in 2010. This was a re-upload from like 2000. I forget what year it was. I can take the branding off too. Let's see. So here's me. That's set up at a show, and this quality is really bad because of how it is now. But and I found it.
Ball pythons. Holy
ball
cow,
pythons, pastels, true giants to venomous. We have it all. There's corn snakes. Some people, these new people think I was nobody. I was huge. I had a Mojave.
Welcome to my dirty floor.
And rattlesnakes.
I have to sweep it. That's what happens when you clean cages. Aspen gets on the floor. But we're going to use this bottom vision. I'm getting a 3-foot vision tomorrow, but I have something in that box.
Yeah, it's only 8 minutes. We can watch this.
Sid, with my name crossed out, because my friend Sid, she decided that wasn't my box anymore. But what's in that box now, she's not going to want.
I got this snake from a pet store that couldn't have it. I had to go home between shows
socks over there
and set up this cage.
Got my dirty clothes pile over there. But there's a snake in that box. A very large snake that basically is too big for this little vision. But the little vision is going to be held as a locking box until tomorrow when we get back from Indianapolis.
See, I remember this to a T.
Last minute thing. A person needed the
snake. We can fast forward it a little bit. Let's get to the snake.
He wants me dead. She doesn't care. he wants me dead. And I'll show you something. Oh, they're both behind there. They're both back there. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off the camera now, and I will film when I get the box. Now you get to see me work on it a little bit better. I'll show you a little blooper thing too. I couldn't get the box open. But number one rule when dealing with venomous snakes is you do not want to try not want to use your hand where it can actually bite you.
This was such a bad container to use.
It's actually a really bad tub to use.
You can hear.
Now, I see the gaboon. She's a very upset gaboon.
I think I'm noticing right now that she's too big for one
I'm
hook.
just going to go ahead and I'm going to put her
I'm going to try it anyway.
Her new cage.
She's way too big for one hook. And all I had was a boom sling hook. I had a boom sling hook custom made. So I had to use a boom sling hook too.
This hook's too small.
Fully loaded. That thing would kill me.
Yeah.
Okay, now that is very dangerous.
And then there's that. I think I just talk about it.
Yeah.
And then, I mean,
And she.
so this was my new channel I was going to start uploading stuff on. I mean, you see old school, once again, rattlesnakes. There's, look, 11 years, a lot of older clips. Leopard geckos are there. Here's the boom sling, herp radio. So, I mean, that's why I take this so much, is especially when, you know, someone says, oh, you only have this many subscribers. I mean, dude, I did it before it was cool. And I got big. And this channel here was me trying to come back. And if you guys listen to my podcast, when I released my first 3 podcasts about my life, this was me trying to recover. And it didn't happen. I wasn't into it. So I stopped. That gaboon was the one I held mid body. That gaboon.
Yeah. You know, do you remember, you ever read the book, The Lizard King?
Yep.
You know, the pet store, they talk about, Martin's Aquarium in there and stuff like them are the people I used to hang around 35 years ago. So, and you can go buy anything. I mean, you talk about prices and stuff like that, but back then you can go buy, if you wanted a rattlesnake, probably for like $10. Now it's crazy.
Oh, you could walk into Hamburg back then and pick up, like you said, $10 at Eastern Diamondback. Monocle Cobra is $50. And you wanted to die, pick away for under $100, you could do it.
Yeah.
Lizard King was actually gifted to me, a copy to my brother and myself, and both of them personally signed because of who I was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was gifted to me. Venomous snakes. I mean, my YouTube channel before it went down, I think I had 400 to 500 videos up, and most of them were venomous stuff. As you guys seen, it was the old school. It's Gary E. Orner. If you guys want to go on there, I never took it down. It has 12 videos up right now. It has videos, all old school stuff.
Yeah, I know you remember these people, Muff Daddy or Puff Daddy,
Muff Daddy.
He had a lot of subscribers too. They had tens of thousands of subscribers.
I think he had like 100,000. I think he had like 100,000.
But he started doing stupid things. He started going out and there's people that sold him stuff that got shit for selling.
Yeah, Muff was another one that had charisma in front of the camera, because I didn't have charisma in front of the camera. I just had stuff that drew your attention. I had stuff that could kill you. That's what did it. Venomous snakes did it for me. I truly believe if I only did leopard geckos back then, I would not have blown up. It was Gary's got stuff that could kill him. But Muff Daddy came along, and he lived in an apartment, and he had monitors, and he wanted to sound more intelligent than he was, so he used scientific names, and he would be like, oh, this monitor, blah, 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 and this monitor, this. And so then he met was it Mike? He passed away. Mike. Yeah, it was Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike lived in the trailer though, right?
Yeah, and they got together. They said we're going to be huge, and we're going to get this. They started doing stuff wrong, and they started hurting the venomous community. They started hurting, and the venomous community is a tight knit community. Well, back then it was very tight. You weren't in the venomous community without knowing somebody, and he started going down to. He started doing stuff just for views. And he was one of the channels attacked too. It was, I mean, like a lot of big channels were attacked.
Into him. Holy cow, they tore.
Oh yeah, and what was funny, what was weird is I think it was a computer. It wasn't a person hacking. It was someone that can program a computer to break into people's accounts and delete all their videos. And they put this like white mask up.
Yep, I remember that.
And I went to YouTube and they said, you did back up your video. I'm like, well, yeah. Can I get my account back? And they said no, because it was authorized to delete, and they deleted my account. And that what happened back then made it where they got their program now where they can recover accounts. That's when it happened. And this was before Google owned it.
Yep, I remember that way back then. The venomous licenses depends on where you live, Frank. Because some places you don't need it.
No, there's no venomous license mostly. Florida has one, but I mean, let's be honest. I mean, if you know who you know, you can get it.
You can get anything, yeah.
But like I said, you don't hear bad things about venomous reptiles, and there's more venomous keepers than you know. It's just we keep it low.
There's
profile.
ones that don't even say anything.
Yeah, like I'm a rare bleed. I can walk into Jim Harrison's place. Jim and Kristen love me. I can go to Terry Phillips' place.
Same here.
Terry Phillips loves me. I can go to Al Carit's place. He loves me. I can go to Carmichael's place. He loves me. I can go down and see Joe. He loves me. But now, I don't want to say them people hate each other, but there are people that don't like certain people. I can go to anyone's place. I can go to anyone's place and play this shit.
I have friends that have reptile rooms, and if they move a rack, there's a door behind the rack that you can go into that's actual venomous on the other side.
All my stuff was reptiles. Every single thing. It had nothing to do with any. Reptiles is my life, man. Back then, that's all it was. Now, if you go to my newest one, it says Gary Orner. I try to teach people how to sell. I try to do that little niche thing, but people didn't care. Like, I've sold cell phones on eBay and stuff and made tons of money, but no one cared. And I didn't really believe in it. I didn't have passion, but it's all reptiles. I've been in reptiles since I'm 42, and I've been doing reptiles since I've been 13. And I commercially since I've been 17.
You know, pet store is what I did. But you go back then, 35 years ago plus, when you wanted something, you would have to write the person, send them a letter. They would send you a list. You would fill out what you want, roll the money up, send it to them. They would send it to you, but not tell you when it was coming because you didn't know. It would just show up at your door one day. That's how crazy it was back in the day.
Yeah, I remember them days. I mean, that's when Tom Crutchfield had a list.
Yeah, Bob Clark had a list. All them people had lists. Yeah.
My most famous videos, I think I put them up, was like my boom sling. People like the boom sling because I was the only crazy nut with boom slings back then. And then Al got one.
Then Al got him after that. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Because there's no AV at the time. If I got bit, I was dead. That's when Martin Smith broke the Guinness Book of World Records, living with venomous snakes for 114 days.
140 was it 114 or 140?
140. I forget. I mean, I could message him right now. Martin and I go way back. Me and Martin, my boy. He's from South Africa. And he did that. Like I had behind the scenes at zoos. Like I don't mean to get big head. I don't pay to get in zoos. Like I don't pay to get in zoos.
You know what, Frank? You know what you missed? You missed Herp Radio. Was it Herp? No,
Herp
BLBC. BLBC. He missed the BLBC.
Yeah, the Bush League.
The Bush League. You would have loved the Bush League, Frank.
They would have. Yeah, well,
they would have loved him too.
Yeah. Bush League and that's what I'm saying is things go deeper. The biggest thing I hate, and I know I'm going to get slack for this, is when people say history doesn't matter and it's present day only. History matters because it wouldn't be here. If it wasn't for the Tom Crutchfields and the Don Hampers, and that, nothing would be here.
No,
we wouldn't have.
Tom Crutchfield's the biggest. I interviewed Tom Crutchfield. I told
Tom is and then you got people like the Terry Phillips and the Rob Carmichaels and the Ty Park and these people that are putting out zoos that don't want it just for views. They love the animals.
They want it for the
animals. And I mean,
I love the animals enough, the money will come.
I'll say this every single time. If I start YouTube, if people watch it, they watch it. They don't, they don't. I do it because I love it. I don't care if I make 5,000 subscribers again. I don't care if I make 500,000 subscribers, as long as my content is true and moral free. Has morals to it, should I say. I make time. Oh, was that a Barcheck video edition? Which one's that?
Oh, you mean the BLBC? No. That was
Barcheck. Barcheck and I was really close friends, like close friends. Barcheck was my homie. We don't talk anymore. It's a long story, but Barcheck, when he was doing snake bites, went through a lot of trial and error with snake bites too. We were going to take my venomous collection and put them on snake bites at that time. I'll say this every single day: Barcheck didn't do venomous snakes before he did venom hunters. He didn't do them. I don't care what he says.
Still doesn't do them really, because his
Lori's a business lady. Lori's a very smart lady. I mean, Barcheck loves animals, but there's some things that over embellished to get views, which that's what I don't like. Is I don't like clickbait. I hate clickbait. I hate it. I hate clickbait because when a news press or someone they don't watch the video, they look at that stupid little freaking splash screen and the title, and they use that. They do.
Yeah, but no, Bush League was not Barcheck at all.
No.
Matter of fact, I think they tore in
Larry and BT. Well, Larry and BT, then they didn't like Barcheck because they didn't like flippers, but then Barcheck flips and it's a
flip. Yeah, back then you didn't even mention the word flipping. Holy cow.
That was a weird time because I did herp radio back then, and that was the thing. Is I was talking to my buddy Pat on the reptileroom.org, and I forget reptileroom.org was huge. No. He doesn't do reptiles anymore at all. He's just a friend of mine. He did reptiles before, and he was a moderator, an admin on the reptileroom.org. He does radio. And I'm like, dude, wouldn't it be cool if I could do an internet radio show? This was before Blog Talk, all this. And he goes, Gary, you can, but it costs money. You had to have a server. You had to pay for bandwidth back then. Like, it was thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars a month. And I'm like, well, I don't think this is going to happen. Well, then Blog Talk happened. Well, Larry BT jumped on and did reptile radio same time I did herp radio.
You know what? You know how Blog Talk Radio started, don't you?
Somewhere in the UK, wasn't it?
No, it might have been the UK, but the gentleman who started Blog Talk Radio had a father who had cancer and was dying. So he did Blog Talk Radio so his father could document stuff every single day, and they could always go back and listen to it. And somebody convinced him to make it available for everybody, and people would pay to come on and do a show on there type of thing. See, he could do that so his whole family could be on and listen to it as the father talked, because his family was spread out.
It was actually really cool. Yeah. I liked it. Now the quality's not as good anymore, and it's better to do something like this.
But I think they stepped it up. I don't know. Yeah, if you go over there now and listen to some of their stuff, it's stepped up tremendously.
And I like Blog Talk. It got me my start in radio, and stuff. And I got secrets that I sell photography to certain networks. Film clips of certain networks people don't know about. I'm more about the hobby getting bigger than myself. I could care less if I'm famous or not. I could care less. I've done it all. I could care less about anything else. That would be my recommendation. If you make YouTube videos, talk about origin stuff, record it for the hobby if you want, so that when you're gone, morbid. there is well done. Well, the thing is here. This is what I'm going to tell you. YouTube can go away tomorrow.
Can I tell you something on that aspect?
Yeah.
Who owns YouTube?
Google.
Oh, Google owns it. Why am I thinking? I'm thinking Instagram. Do you know who owns Instagram?
Facebook.
Who's in trouble right now? They
Meta.
lost $420 billion in one day.
Here's where people think people would love that. But the thing is I'm building Gecko history. That's what I'm building. And,
yes, you are.
But YouTube is not the only way. It's because people are lazy and they like watching videos. I get it. But YouTube can go away. It is a free platform. So as soon as something hurts, it's a free platform. They're not charging content creators, okay?
No.
So it could go away just like Facebook in an instant. And ready for this? Just like it happened in the past, your channel could go away like that. So if I create a website that has a backup on my hard drive in my house, and someone deletes I can upload it again, or I can give it to friends and they can upload it again. I don't think the internet's going to go away, but it could too. But at the same time, YouTube is not. I mean, I hate when someone goes, YouTube's the newest thing. It's been around just as long as Facebook, and Facebook actually has more ways to promote your stuff than YouTube does.
YouTube used to tell you to back everything up, so if it went away, you still had it. Yeah, I don't know if they do that anymore.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, Facebook has more ways to promote it because it's in Instagram, and I mean, like Frank said, that Google sends people to YouTube. Google does not send people to YouTube because it's a better search. Google sends people to YouTube because Google owns YouTube, and they want that revenue.
Yes,
they want the revenue from the ads. That's all it is. I can actually write. I could write a site and be ranked higher than a YouTube search, but I would have to stay on it almost daily to keep it ranked higher than a YouTube search. I could do it though.
Google controls the world. You do know that, right?
100%.
Because
ready for Google owns Android.
Yes. Back in the day, not that long ago, about I don't know how many years ago it was, but maybe 5 to 10 years ago. Did you know Google shut the whole internet down around the world for 20 minutes?
Yep.
And they tried to figure out, they tried to say it was an accident, something happened. They couldn't figure it out. But somebody actually analyzed why they picked that 20 minutes on a certain day of the week on a Saturday morning at that specific time. All the markets around the world were shut down that day at that time, every Saturday at that time. All the money markets shut down, so nobody lost any money, so it didn't make that big of a thing. Google did it to prove that they can do it. If Google doesn't want your content to be seen, even if you're a big person, they'll make it so it's never seen.
And you want to know how that's true? How it's true? My buddy Tom McDonald, he had the last video with Calhoun, right?
Mm-hmm.
When it went up to the top trending videos, he was ranked 3rd, I think, in YouTube, but it went 1, 2, 4. His video wasn't put out there.
Yeah, no, yeah. See, that's what they do. They block it out so it's missed.
But okay, there's more people on YouTube, but how many views are your videos getting? With 3,500 subscribers, each one of your videos should get 3,500 views, correct?
Yeah, it should.
It's not happening.
You would think it, but I don't get nowhere near. I have thousands of subscribers too on my channel, and I don't get. You know what videos do good on mine? My live streams. If I do live streams, I get not great views, but
yeah. So like at a time, Fauna Classifieds to this day gets more pure reptile hits for content than YouTube probably does in reptile hits. Fauna Classifieds still getting 1,700, 1,800 people on at one time.
Oh yeah, I suppose they're
one time, 1,800 people.
Kingsnike.com has a lot too. Go on there. Huge.
That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is everyone says they're getting more, but they're not more going to come look for this. If that's true, the 3,500, I say this, if you're getting 70% of your subscribers watching your videos, you're doing a very good job. If you're getting 30% of your subscribers, that means your subscribers are not watching your content.
I could prove this to you why people don't see your stuff. Frank, if you're subscribed to, let's say me, right, and I put a video out every couple days, but you're also subscribed to 10 woodworking channels and you watch 10 woodworking channels every day, they won't even put my video on your screen because you're watching more of that. So that's what they're going to send you to. Even though you got notifications and everything turned on mine, it just won't show up if you're not watching it. I can go on and watch all woodworking stuff, but still be subscribed to you and Gary and stuff like that. But you guys' videos won't show up because I'm watching the other stuff. So they automatically feed that to me.
Ready for this? A book can't go away when they shut down YouTube.
No.
A book can't go away. A book's there. I have the book at all times. New people don't know about radio forums and etc., but they do. They do know about forums. They do know about this, and that's what I'm trying to say is you think you're taking the easy street and you're winning views, and you don't like Facebook because the group of people on Facebook don't like you. So you're not getting views there, so you don't put any effort there except posting it once in a while. So you're going after the new people that don't know who you are. That's the ticket. You're going after people so you can reinvent yourself to them people that don't know about the lemon frost and don't know about some of the things you do. So you can say, yes, this is right. But I have proof that people come to reptile expos and say, who's this Frank guy? He's breeding lemon frosts.
I hear it all the time. I get all kinds.
I hate that guy. And they're young. I had a 15-year-old kid tell me this. A 15-year-old kid say, this exact words, and I'm just quoting it. What kind of garbage leopard gecko breeder would breed lemon frost when they know that they can die? That's coming from a 15-year-old girl. And says, and I've never met her in the world. She came up to me and goes, there's this person on YouTube when I was looking for you, Gary, that's breeding lemon frost. What kind of garbage leopard gecko breeder would breed a leopard gecko that could die?
Because kids love the animal. That's what happens.
Yeah. And I sat there and I was just like, what do you tell this 15-year-old girl? I gave her a gecko. I pick it out. I think she picked out $250 blood. I said, you can have it. Go do your thing and be good.
Do you think forums will ever come back?
Forums are still going. Fauna Classifieds is doing good. Fauna Classifieds is doing good. The thing is social media, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, they're all doing just as good. The Meta did lose money. It wasn't for the traffic. Okay. So Facebook has traffic. Okay. Instagram has traffic. Twitter has traffic. That new one, the VCMO or whatever it is, has traffic. YouTube has traffic. All these have traffic. Okay. And so just because you don't master one doesn't mean it sucks.
No,
it doesn't. It doesn't mean it sucks. Facebook gives more discussion to people. So it's easier for people to discuss things without you. YouTube kind of gives more control about that. Yes, you can do a thread, but most people don't look in the comments. They just watch the video.
Okay, here's my question. Now, do you think you'll get like BLBC things back again, like big to start up again and get forums on there that would start up again? Do you think we're going to get new forums in the future here?
We could. I mean, they're easy to do.
Because, I mean, Facebook is really cracking down on animal stuff, man.
John Scarborough didn't breed thousands. I promise you.
But what they did breed, did they not hand over to a
John
lab?
Scarborough did not sell anything. He spent money on it and he donated. I was very upset at Frank saying that John Scarborough sold it. He did not sell nothing. He donated all that to research. Everything. John Scarborough lost thousands of dollars in that. So that's what I say. If you don't know something, don't speak on it.
I know somebody who bid on them I
bid on them. I bid on lemon frost. I went for $5,000.
They were up to $8,000, and then his wife stood up and said, "You ain't bidding again." And somebody else got him for like 10, I think.
And I don't believe Steve bred thousands. I don't think he produced thousands. I mean, that's a big number, but he might. Steve, I can't speak on it because Steve won't even speak to me about it 100%. But the thing is I put out this on every platform.
Yeah, this goes out on everything.
Hundreds isn't thousands though. That's what here you just said thousands. So now you're going.
But none of his stuff.
He
went
didn't
out
sell
either.
it. John
None of it went
Scarborough
out.
did not sell Lemon Frost.
Not one went out.
And if he did, I guarantee he refunded the money as soon as he got it, figured it out. Because John Scarborough's not about the money.
Well, that's like, what's his name from Huff Serps? As soon as he bred that one thing and he found out it had a problem, he gave them the money back and bought the animals back, brought them back to his facility. Now they're just staying there. He's never going to let them out again.
Oh, gee.
Are you still on here, Gary, or did I lose you, or what happened? I do not know what happened. So, not sure what happened. We'll find out here, though, because he will let me know. You still in here? Am I still on? I don't know what happened. Can you guys see me? Metaverse took him. Yeah, I guess it's because he was talking about it and they came and got him, right? Steve, and then
I clicked out. So I
Oh.
clicked out. I'm gonna show him something real quick. I got so agitated by this because he says that he does all the research.
I got. I was like, where'd I go? Everybody's
So agitated. This is gonna post on every single one of my platforms too.
But
Start there.
Oh yeah,
Because John Scarborough posted the papers that he donated stuff to, and then he even did this. He in the thread, he says, "Here's another email back from the pathologist. I can't read. Sorry, I can't pronounce crap. Regarding possibly using Lemon Frost to study tumors development in question from the community." This is a very long thing. In this thread, he talks about he is no longer even looking to sell it. That makes 6 of 8 for total for me. I will reiterate that I'm only sharing this for information purposes. I now have 4 of 6 2017 Lemon Frost hatchlings showing visual tumors. That makes 6 out of 8 in total for me, with I'm sure more to come. That being said, I won't be breeding them going forward. I will most likely be donating them to research if needed, and I guarantee he did that. 100%.
Leo thought you got zucked.
Nope, I got zucked. Well, Mark and me go back. No, I'm playing. I went up there and I hit because I have that papers favorited on my bar.
Yeah,
And I hit it and I was like, shit.
At least
Maybe
you got
they
back
had
in
Steve breeding them. Could you imagine a lab full of college kids with responsibility to lives producing over 900 Lemon Frost in 3 years?
Yes.
But you're not getting it.
I worked at a university, a science lab in a university of Pennsylvania, and there was always college kids had all kinds of, especially the axolotl, because they did a lot of work with axolotls. They bred thousands of them, and it was the college kids that did it, being very responsible.
So what I'm trying to tell you, dude, is as simple as this: is sometimes you speak and you don't know, and you speak with like you do know, and you're telling these new people that have no freaking clue about anything, and you're the only one there, and then they look like idiots when they go repeat what you say. And then they're like, "Who'd you hear this from?" Well, I heard it from Frank at Geeky Geckos, and they're like, "Oh, we're sorry, that's not the truth." And that's why John did donate them to him. They didn't sell them to the university. He did everything he can to try to figure it out. There's papers for it. Now, Steve, I can't speak on. Steve won't speak. Steve won't bring it up. I do know some things about it. I won't speak on it here. I do know where you got yours, and I won't speak on that anymore. I was asked not to. But the same thing is, you act like you started the project and you didn't. You act like you put the work in. You've been put one season in, and you're acting like you cured the thing already, and it's not true. It's not true. You're gonna make yourself look like you don't know what you're talking about, and it's gonna hurt you. I would rather you kept it down low, did it, and then proved yourself, and then says, "Hey, Gary, look what I did." Okay, good job, but dude, you're going down a path that most of us already know the truth. We already know. We're not going to do the Enigma thing. We knew the Enigma thing back then, and we knew we're going to try to breed it out. We're going to try to do this. We're going to try to do this. It didn't work. So the study doesn't need to tell you all that. They don't need to report everything. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't matter if UCLA didn't get them from John. Doesn't mean John didn't donate animals. That's the point. When you're like you're doing I did the first ever cross of the lemon. What was it? Dude, I'm just saying, I'm trying to tell you, bro. The lemon frost is what's killing you. I don't even like breeding black knights, but I'm not going to hammer you for that. I think black knights are so the female problem in black knights is overlooked for money, just like NDBE. NDBE is overlooked for money. Oh, the females have problems. Oh, who cares? Sell them.
Yeah, I wouldn't do those either.
Yeah. I didn't try to breed out the Enigma. No, I bred Enigmas. I'll tell you right now. I bred Enigmas for 2.5 seasons. I started seeing the problem firsthand. I was told that it was a slight spin from a very large breeder. I paid a lot of money for these animals, and I started getting animals with some major issues. I just stopped.
We both know somebody that Gary even talked to and tried to tell him not to buy the Enigma, but the guy went out and bought all Enigmas, and when they all hatched and they were all running in circles, he was like, what do I do?
Yeah, he had
Gary's
the same idea you did about this. I breed it out.
Breed it out. And Gary was like, can't do it, man. Larry. And it was like, what?
Yeah, 100%. Leo, 100%. That's what's cool about when you tell the truth. You don't have to remember the story. I did invest a lot in Enigma. I invested a lot, but I didn't go in thinking I could breed it out. I went in thinking it was just a slight spin, and then I started getting issues. I have pictures of Enigmas with no feet.
Yeah,
no
that's
feet.
Definitely crazy shit.
No feet. People aren't telling you about them stories back in Enigma days, but hey, Larry knows about it. He was hatching some with no feet, no tails.
Larry went through hell.
Enigma had some problems. Now, them problems all possibly been bred out, but that spinning thing don't happen. I don't care what anyone says. You give me an Enigma that don't spin, I can make it spin. I can put it in a small container. I can take it out. I can put a light on it. It will start spinning.
That's like a what's the name? It's spider ball python. You can get one that does not wobble. Guarantee I can get it to wobble. Just give me it for 10 minutes.
I mean, the thing is we as leopard gecko breeders or reptile breeders as it is, we're smart enough to know the history of us trying to do this and how many animals have to suffer to keep going. I tell people, if you are a commercial breeder, you should not be breeding the Enigma or lemon frost. Period. There's nothing you can't tell me. I've never bred a lemon frost. I bid on the lemon frost. I bid on it at that auction.
That's like the white and yellow. Like you said, there's two distinct lines of white and yellow. One has the spinning and one does not.
I've had both in my collection, and I stopped breeding and spinning one instantly. Don't care. I don't think you should sell. If you sell any lemon frost for even a nickel,
or lemon frost outcrosses or anything.
Anything, any siblings, anything, you sell any of them for even a nickel. That's how I feel about it. But you can do what you want.
Yeah, but that's the way most people feel about it. And I know you can find them on Morph Market because you can go on Morph Market, look up lemon frost and see it on there. But that don't mean they should be up there.
I've turned down sales because they deal with lemon frost because I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
And I will not buy any geckos from anyone that breeds lemon frost because I don't know if they use a sibling, what they did to put it in the line. I won't do it. $100%. How many animals suffer? How many times do I sit there and say we breed animals to sit in a box?
I'll tell you something.
Every single animal that we produce suffer. Every animal.
Yeah, dogs, even dogs.
But at the same time, that doesn't mean I'm going to sit there and breed an animal that's going to have tumors. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, no. You can go to the pet store and just walk into the and see all those leopard geckos sitting in there, not being properly taken care of, and that's all from the people who produced the lemon frost too, though. The first lemon frost, remember? What's the name? Rodent, gourmet rodent guy.
And there it is. We put animals. See, I can say that, but I'm not going to breed lemon frost. That's going to sit there and say, I know this is going to happen. I know for a fact this is going to happen, and I'm going to do it because they look cool. I at least have the morals to sit there and go, hey, these have problems. I'm not going to breed them.
Okay, I could tell you this though, Frank. He does personally know everybody he wholesales to, so if he wanted to go over and check, he could check.
I do. I know every one of my wholesale clients. I know every single one.
And he knows where they go. They go to certain places. He knows where they're at, so he knows what kind of care they're getting. It's not like
I actually refuse. I don't sell the Petcos. I don't sell to that. I do sell to some pet stores, so I can't tell when to legally to pet stores. But I do know that my wholesale clients do take care of the geckos. Yes, I do. Okay. So any animal that we sell, period, you don't know if they're going to be taken care of.
Destined for death eventually.
Any animal.
Mm-hmm.
So
doesn't matter what it is.
My wholesale clients are some very large people in the reptile industry. They came to me because they wanted quality. They pay more than you. I love when you said you only get this. I make more money in my wholesale than that. Who purchase geckos for resale doesn't correlate to the animal that will knowingly be born to die. That's terrible. I like that too. I don't know that because I've had wholesale animals come to me at shows and say, I bought this animal from this person, and they say, you bred it. So, no. No, I'm the one selling to the mom and pop shops, dude. I don't think he understands, but it's okay. I sell to large people that sell to the client. All my people don't buy off me to wholesale to then wholesale to another person.
No,
they all go. That my go to the right next is a consumer. And the reason that my wholesale clients come to me is because they wanted the quality. They actually pay more. I've had wholesale clients say, "You're too much money. I'm going to go here," and they come right back to me.
Yeah, because there's a difference in the. You can see the difference.
Mm-hmm. They come right back to me and they say, "Thank you." And I just letting you know that it's a little different than you think. But you're right. Yeah, I don't know where. Just like every animal that I send out in the mail and every animal I sell at the expos, I don't know where they're still alive. I guarantee every animal you sell is still alive. Because humans are pieces of garbage.
I guarantee you every animal I got from people are still alive, though I can go through and take pictures and send them to people.
No, I'm saying is when we sell them, people it doesn't happen. Just like ball python people. And anyone that sits there, we breed animals. I know, but you don't know who's buying your geckos. Okay. Neither do you. If you're selling on the internet, you don't know the person.
I don't think that's a proper argument, though, compared to lemon frost dying, compared to selling your animal and it dying. There's difference. It's different. It's not the same.
I'm not selling an animal to a person that I'm not setting them up for failure from day one. Saying, "Well, here's a pretty lemon frost. See how pretty it is," and then 2 years later, it's producing tumors, and that kid goes, "Well, this freaking sucks."
Yeah. Now he's got to watch his animal die. But you know what? A proper person that sells the animals, not the wholesale aspect of it, but, give out like little care sheets to tell you, they need their D3 and they need this. But the wholesale, I can understand I'm not doing that. But,
how does that make us different? Is I know for a fact that your lemon frost and are going to hurt other breeders. So your siblings can do unless you're keeping them all back. The siblings can give tumors and can do damage, and it can spread that 100%.
He's not saying don't breed them for yourself. You can do what you want in your prop.
I've said it like 16 times. You sell them, you're a bad person.
Yeah, that's the thing. Selling them, even selling the siblings are bad news.
Watch this. When you first got into the freaking hobby and you were posting it, well, this might be Het Bell. This might be Het Tremper. You didn't even know what you had. And your excuse is, well, just breed it and make pretty geckos. That doesn't make sense because let's say a child that you're saying is getting into it and wants to make a raptor and you sell them an albino and they don't understand that and you don't explain it to them and you sell them a Het Bell, they don't make their raptor. You just ruin that kid's dreams. I'm saying it. Don't sell them at all. Don't profit on it at all.
Well, I think he's talking about. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. It doesn't matter if they know what can happen with the lemon frost. You can't let it out there because what they do with it, you have no control over.
Because then you create another Frank. I'm going to breed it. And I'm going to try this. You don't know what
See-
their morals are. Then they might start doing it too, and then they
Yeah, and it goes downhill. It's a slippery slope. Where if you keep them all behind and keep them at your place, at least you know where they're all at, and you know what could happen to them all.
It's just you went down the wrong way. I mean, to tell you the truth, of breeding animals, period, we're all putting them in a box.
Mhm.
That's what we do. We put them in a box, and we put them in rack systems. And I'm saying this, I do this. We put them in rack systems, and we breed them. So we look at them for 5 minutes here and 5 minutes there.
Well, and here's another thing: you breed it, and you got the siblings. Even if you keep the siblings home and you put them in a breeding program, there you go. That genetics is still getting out there. You would have to not do nothing with them.
I mean, the thing is if you built something up, and I can put this in a term that you can get.
Okay, he said that was the albino
the
thing was
gecko.
it. Yeah, he didn't know what it was because it was a Craigslist buy.
But see, here's where I can hit him maybe because he is an intelligent person. So maybe I can hit him with some knowledge. You're getting upset because I'm tearing down something that you believe in the lemon frost. Okay? You're getting upset that we're taking your beliefs and tearing them down. But now you're tearing down with the not knowing genetics, telling people to breed whatever they want to whatever line they want and all that stuff. You've said this. You don't see any problem with it. But a lot of us have worked very hard to try to keep these lines separate so we don't have muddy lines. If you want an albino, to stick to one albino or breed the albino to the albino. You've said many times not to do that if you don't want to. Mix the Tremper, mix the Bell, mix the Rainwater. So what I'm saying is you've taken what a large group of people has worked very hard to clean up clean things up so we don't
over
turn
40
into
years.
Yeah, so we don't turn into corn snakes and we don't turn into ball pythons where people don't know what they get and they're posting up, what's this morph? Because I don't know what I have. Can you ID this morph? And we don't know what it is because you have 20 different things in the animal. That's what we do. You come in, mix it up. These guys just don't know. They're just being mean. They're just being this. They're just don't let the new people in. No, we're trying to set them up for success so they don't make the same mistakes we do. That we did. You know, we're trying to say these were mistakes. We don't do them no more.
Game of Morphs has a good point. This it'll spread quick. That's why I said, Frank, if you did it behind closed doors, figured out what you got, figured out if you could do it, and then come out with it, you'd be much better off. You'd be more accepted in the community. I'll tell you, I like everybody. I try to be nice to everybody. I don't care what you do or anything. I don't give anybody a hard time. But this irks me to a point because I've worked so hard to keep this hobby going. You have no idea.
I mean, Frank, you're new. You're a newbie. You're coming in here and acting like you were fighting HR 669. You were even before me. The people fighting before that, and the Tom Crutchfields and the people bringing in this stuff. I don't believe in the Lemon Frost Hunter. All I'm saying is there is not much difference between us. No, there is, because Lemon Frost has been done. There's studies on it. You're just nitpicking what studies you want. It's been linked to it. There's no reason to breed it. There's just none. Move on to your other stuff that you have that's beautiful. Move on.
Right there, he's saying wholesaling is just as, and selling animals in general is just as unethical. Well, no, because the Lemon Frost, the Lemon Frost is going to die. You know it. The Lemon Frost, is like a 90% chance it's going to get tumors and die. Where me selling the gecko to somebody, he's not saying that a gecko is not going to live 35 years of a plush, loving life.
And my biggest thing is he throws up a Lemon Frost. This doesn't have any tumors, but it shows showing signs. But you don't know what's internal. There's studies out there that show the internals of ones having tons of tumors in their liver, their heart, their lungs. My issue is this. You think wholesaling is just as bad. Wholesaling it, so then no one should breed geckos. No one should breed nothing. Period. You should have 10 geckos and that's it.
And this is where it's going to go if people keep breeding the wrong stuff. It's going to end up getting to the point where we're like, you guys can't ethically do that no more. Trust me, HHR 669 or HR 669 would put you in perspective if you had to fight that. I don't know how old you were 20 years ago, Frank, but it was crazy back then.
This is what I'm trying to say is it's a totally different thing, and it's totally different. Like you trying to muddy up our lines. I'm sorry. The Matt Baronics, to me, the Hiss, and all these people worked really hard to clean up this stuff so people didn't mix everything up. So we knew what we have. I'm reverse engineering stuff, so we have this stuff.
I was just going to say what people did mess up, you're trying to fix now by reverse engineering stuff.
And that's what I'm saying is, and then you come in and you got this talent to bring in new people because anyone that's been in 3-4 years really don't attach to you because of what you're preaching. But you have this ability that you could get the right information and tell people we shouldn't mix the albino lines, because if you want an albino, pick the albino you want, but don't mix them up.
I guarantee you, if you geared towards the right direction, you would blow up, Frank. Completely blow up. You would take off like you've never seen before. If you just hid that lemon frost thing or didn't talk about it or anything, your channel and you would take off.
Well, he would have to do that and make sure he didn't talk about things he honestly didn't know.
No, if you don't know,
even the bigger breeders,
I
don't know.
Yeah, people will help you. People will come out and help you if you admit it.
Have a free live day if you want to. But what I'm saying is, dude, I honestly, I don't think that unless you want to make some bubble gums or something, bubble gums, yeah. I honestly, Frank, I don't think that no matter what we do, it doesn't matter. I honestly don't. I honestly don't think no matter what we say, it's not going to matter to you, that you are going to do it no matter what. And my problem is you're putting us down because we're exballing you. If what our opinion doesn't matter, then go do what you want. It doesn't. I don't need to like what you're doing, and David doesn't need to like what you're doing, and all these people don't need to like what you're doing, but don't expect us to like it. I mean, lemon frost is one of the worst morphs I've ever seen in the leopard gecko community ever. And here I got this new kid trying to breed it.
It's not spinning or nothing. It's just total pain and suffering. There's a total difference.
I've heard you say, well, tumors aren't painful, so it's not that big a deal. Well, a big tumor coming out of the side of a neck or how do you know it's not hurting their heart? They've been opened up. The ones not showing opened up. There's pictures opened up with tumors all over the inside.
I've seen that. Yep.
That's my point. You say it's no different than wholesaling. I'm going to tell you this right now. Every gecko you've sold is probably not alive today. You're going to breed 200, 250 females. I don't watch your videos, so I don't know. But this is what I was told. You're going to produce 2,000 geckos. Are you ready? Are you truly ready? I produce more than that. Are you ready? Are you ready to, when you go to try to sell them 2,000 geckos, people saying, you're Frank, Geeky Geckos, we don't agree with you. We don't want to buy from you. Are you ready for that?
That happens.
Are you ready for a show promoter to say, Frank, guess what? We're getting too much pushback from you. We don't want you at our reptile expo.
They do that too. Because what'll happen, they had you there, other breeders would be like, well, we're not doing your show. You got him there. They do it. It's happened.
And I'm not saying that's going to happen to you.
No.
But I'm saying, are you ready for that rejection when you produce 2,000 animals and you're doing your ball pythons and you're doing your other stuff, which is your ball python? I can't judge you. I'm not in the ball python market. I'm not in the tegu market. I honestly, when I used to watch you, I enjoyed the tegu stuff. I did. I'm going to get stuck with a little guy. That's what I'm saying. First year girls, dude, Andrew has girls from me that threw 18 eggs.
18 eggs. First year. 18.
So if you got good quality stuff, you should be doing that. First year, that's another thing. Dude.
Second, third year, probably 38.
I'm not even saying this to be cocky, dude. I've hatched more geckos in a day than you produce your whole life. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Are you ready? Are you ready to make 1,000? And where are you going to sell them? Do you have that set up already? Do you got the outlets? Or do you got to drop them down to $100 like you were doing? Oh, I got to do them cheaper to get rid of them.
Which isn't a good thing either. That'll turn people on you too.
Brother, I don't even mean to get cocky here. I don't mean to get cocky. I
trying to help you.
I did not sell a blood tangerine under 300. My most expensive was 1,000, and I ran out. I have people on a waiting list.
Yeah, I'm on a waiting list for more.
Character and morals go a long way. And I'm saying, are you ready to, when you have them ball pythons going on and you got them tegus going on, and then all of a sudden, because geckos do take more time, bud. You should know that. Are you ready? I hope you are. I hope you, if you would tweak three or four things, you probably would have me as a supporter. But the lemon frost thing, telling people they can mix things.
I think if he tweaked 3 or 4 things, I think he could be unstoppable in the gecko game. Seriously,
dude, if you're not wholesaling your geckos for $65 to $75 a piece, then something's wrong. Then your quality's not there.
Yeah, I know that. For the price range I'm talking about.
My cheapest wholesale was $50. So when you said that, I laughed at you when you were like, "Oh, wholesale's this." Brother, you have not been in the game long enough to even know what wholesale is. I can't compete with quantity and price of gourmet rodent. There's no way. I do not produce 100,000 geckos a year. I don't produce them. But I can out-quality anybody. And I'll sit there and I'll sell geckos. And I hope you do. I hope you do that. But don't be throwing them lemon frost siblings in there.
Yeah, I like I told you, I totally believe I want to see everybody succeed. I do in this. I want to see everybody be 100% successful in it. And I think you could be 100% successful in it. But I would definitely ditch the lemon frost thing. Or at least put it on the back burner or something. I don't know.
But that's what you're not getting. That's what you're totally not getting is you think because leopard gecko channels aren't blowing up. Brother, I'm not on the internet. I don't need to be on the internet.
Okay, Frank, let me ask you a question. Why do you think you have to have a popular YouTube channel? I don't get that. I'm just trying to figure that one out. I don't get it.
Okay, my and Luna are the newest leopard gecko specific channels, and we're all under 4K. But this is what I'm trying to tell you, dude. You don't need that. Just because your channel's not blowing up doesn't mean the market's dying.
People know Luna Gecko big time, and he doesn't even have a big channel. No, what's he got? 1,000 subscribers?
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what I hate about. I don't know how old you are, but your mindset is if YouTube's not blowing up, the market sucks.
No, yeah, it's not about YouTube, bud. I'm not trying to give you a hard time.
Oh my
but you need
God. Do you ready for this? It's nothing about YouTube, nothing about Facebook. I get it. You're a marketer, whatever you want to call it. You're into this. Has nothing to do. I sell.
How much? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I produce a lot of geckos. Okay. I don't use the internet. I posted one time on Morph Market. One time, I posted 35 geckos. I sold them all within an hour and a half. I don't want to post on Morph Market ever again. I don't. It was too much of a pain talking to emails, talking to us. I will go to my expos, and people will come to me on like they do, and they say, "Gary, what do you got? I'll go on a live with you. What animal do you want?" Boom. Oh, you want tangerines? Here you go.
See, okay, two things here. One, you would blow up even if you didn't do the lemon frost thing, and you could bring a lot of attention to it. And two, he's not just successful in his area; he's successful everywhere. I'm talking across everybody knows him. No joke. That I'm not just saying that. Gary is very well known. everywhere.
That's what I'm saying is the gecko hobby is not. Why
If
do
he
you think I want
sold-
to produce more?
If he sold everything he produced in his area, within a couple of years, everybody in the state of Wisconsin would have multiple leopard geckos. No joke.
Dude, it's just one. The thing is I get contacts. I get people from Arizona. I get people from California. I get people from Nevada. I get people from the East Coast. I get people from Florida. Hey, Gary, this is what I'm looking for. What do you got? If you don't got it, who do you go to?
I agree with you. YouTube is a huge contributor to the growth and awareness of and interest of the hobby, but you don't want to bring bad. And trust me when I tell you, I'm saying bad as in I think the lemon frost is bad, and it definitely brings bad bad awareness, and we don't need that out there because then people use that against you. Trust me, you don't know how much they're fighting with people feeding live animals to the snakes and stuff because it's bringing bad publicity to that part of the hobby, which kills it, which means when it comes time to go to Congress and they're going to write up the bill, they're going to show these pictures and say, look at this. And this guy's doing this. Boom.
He's comparing the leopard gecko market to the ball python market. The ball python market, when it comes to market, not hobby, market, people think they can get rich. So you get a lot of people that come in and drop $4, $5, $6, $7, $10,000. They don't make money and then they leave. The hobby is a big rotator. They're trying to make money. And they're trying to make money. Do you know how many collections I bought that people spent $25,000 on? I give them $1,100 for it. I'm not joking. People are like, I just need money. I need to pay rent. Well, I'm not buying that freaking collection. Okay, $1,100, dude. That's what I got for you. And I would buy that collection for $1,100. They spent $25,000 on. Do you know why? Because the ball python market is flooded, and I'm going to have to compete. The only things that sell on ball pythons, guaranteed, are females or big-time banger males. Go try to sell a pastel for more than $50. Pastel male. Go. A Mojave. Go. So it's not the hobby. It's the investors that think they can make more money. It's not the hobby buying it. It's the investors trying to make more money. So that's not hobby. That's not hobby at all. And the thing is I'm not trying to influence anybody. But when I have kids coming up to me or someone from, Alabama, emailing me saying, hey, I want to get an Orner Exotics gecko. What do you got? And it's for their birthday. And
give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
No worries. YouTube. And how many ball python YouTubers there are. And I just make that kid happy. That's the hobby. The ball python market is investors. If you take the hobby part of the ball pythons, the ball python people push the hobby away. They push them young people away. No kid's going to be able to come in at 12 years old and go get that $20,000 snake. And there's no ball python person that's going to give a $20,000 snake away. So that kid's going to be like, oh, I got to get this snake. Oh, I got to work hard and breed this and breed this and breed a bunch of stuff to try to get that one snake. And that's what I'm saying. The gecko hobby's not that way. Yes, I'm on the commercial side of it. But at the same time, the hobby's not dying at all. I don't know what you're thinking just because your YouTube channel's not blowing up and Big G's YouTube channel's not blowing up doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean the hobby's dying. It just doesn't mean that.
No, yeah, the hobby was here before the internet. So,
dude, I mean, freaking A. You gotta think bigger than YouTube. You gotta think bigger than YouTube. I mean, dude, you get what, 1 to 4 shows a year? Dude, I used to do 96 a year. 96 reptile expos a year.
Does your brother still do it?
Yeah. So, I mean, that's what we did. I traveled. And don't have a YouTube, you must not be very... That's another thing. That's the thing is, like, if you're not on YouTube and you don't got this, you're nobody. That's not true. That's just marketing. You want views. You want this. You want your face. I mean, seriously, you want your face shown in front of everyone. You want the fame. I get it. I get it.
It could be very alluring.
Do you know what? Fame that's gained quickly is gone quickly. The people that stick around are the ones that try not to get in front of them.
That's true. It's not as good as it could be. It could be much better than it is, but you could help it get there. But you gotta definitely stop with. I'm just gonna, the lemon frost thing gets me.
But this is what I'm saying is, it could be.
That's true.
Okay, ready for this?
User.
Yeah, ready for this? Everything can be bigger than it is. It could be more than it could be. It could be more. It could be more. But ready for this? If you want the hobby to be great, why breed lemon frost that can cause problems to give the kids that they get an animal that has tumors?
That's all we're saying.
Hobby.
That's all we're saying. And you could blow up huge. I know it's your first year, but you could be huge if you just stopped with the lemon frost.
But dude,
that's the only thing that gets me. That gets a lot of people.
I will tell you this. If you stop with the lemon frost, you stop acting like you knew about it's your first year and you're acting like you know about the history of all these geckos. Dude, I've been around all this time and I'm still trying to write this damn site because I want the information to be correct. You're putting out information and people's even told you that you're contradicting yourself and the information is wrong and you don't correct it. You're just like, you're in the comments, yeah, I know it was wrong. Oh, I didn't get his name right. Dude, that's the type of stuff. If you're going to put out videos, you should know this stuff instantly. You should know that what this is. I mean, Matt Boronik is one of the biggest names in the leopard gecko industry. Sasabak is huge. And you didn't even take enough time to research who he was.
I don't know who the Facebook user is.
I don't know. He's laughing at me, though.
Yeah.
I'll have to look. Oh, I know who it is now.
Who?
Buddy. Not to know. Oh, wait. It's my buddy Seth. I love you, Seth. It's my buddy Seth. But I
Huff's
just...
Herps. Yes. Huff's Herps. Yes.
Yes, it's tough.
Okay. Can I say something since Frank is on here? I do apologize for calling you stupid earlier, Frank, because I know I did, and it was just the heat of the moment, and I did apologize because I posted it under Seth's post, so I have to apologize to both of you. So,
and there is white and yellows that do have issues, but I'm telling you there are white and yellows that don't. And the problem is, and I'm going to put it out there. Matt had a very clean line of white and yellows. I had a very clean line of white and yellows, and Gecko Bo has a very clean line of white and yellows. But with Matt and me losing my collection and Matt losing his collection,
he's been creeping for a few hours.
That's my boy. That's my homie. But we lost some lines, and but there are many lines out there, white and yellow, and there's some that with it and some without it. I will put that on there, and I got one. My white and yellow don't have any. See, there it is. White and yellow. There's white and yellow with no issues.
Mine don't have any issues whatsoever.
My Tremper line white and yellows do not have any issues. I got a very good line. My Bell white and yellows that I bought back into had an issue. I stopped breeding them. Here you go. Ready for this, Frank? I invested a lot of money to get my white and yellow lines back. I have a white and yellow Bell line that I bred for 4 years, and I have issues with them. I stopped breeding them, and they petted out. I petted them out. Slowly but surely, I put each one of these high-end white and yellow radar snows to the right people.
Okay, you're not selling it, but are you selling the any of the offspring of the white and yellows that aren't white and yellows? Like, that are you selling any of the siblings to the white and yellows is what I'm saying? Because they can carry the tumors. They can carry the genetics that cause the tumors too.
This is what I'm saying, dude, is Frank, I'm blunt. I'm a very blunt guy. I'm really blunt. You don't know half of what you think you do. I don't know everything. That's why when someone asks me something, like, I'm not totally sure. I have an opinion about super giants and giants, but I don't work with them. I have an opinion.
The guy who wrote this book doesn't know everything, and he's been in it longer than anybody.
Ron's my boy. I love Ron.
Yeah.
But this is what I'm trying to say is sometimes I literally see you learn something a week and make a video about it to try to be the first one out about it. I mean, like that clown, in my opinion, that Clown G Project video was a big disrespect. When you don't get someone's name right, that's a disrespect in itself. And there's some things in there that's wrong.
I don't know if I ever seen that video, to be honest. I don't know.
Pat tells that showed Nero issues. I shut it down. See, that's what I'm saying.
Yep, I said that earlier. I said you bought them all back. The ones that did go out, you did buy them all back, purchase them back.
And that's what you need to do. I mean, we have a responsibility. Yes, I wholesale, but I do the best I can for my responsibility. Ready for this? I had a person I wholesale geckos to. The gecko died on the kid 6 months later. I gave that kid a new gecko. And I bought him a setup. That's going the extra mile. You only can attack what's in front of you. That's all you can attack. And you could do better. I don't understand. You say like you know things, like you say John did this, John did that, or Steve Sykes did this, Steve Sykes did that. I know Steve, and Steve won't talk to me about Frost. Like literally, I messaged Steve about coming on this show, and I said, and I had to tell him we will not talk about the Frost. Literally. I mean, there's so many other morphs out there. The one thing, like you're like, oh, tangerine, this one has green hues. Amarine came from tangerine. It is a thing. That is a thing. Yes, the kid messed up and killed a gecko, and I educated him, and I bought him a new setup and gave him another gecko. Yep.
Now he's going to say that, see, you don't know your gecko suffered.
Oh, yeah, the gecko's still alive now. It's over 1.5 years now.
No, but the first one.
The first one did, 100%. 100%. Because, ready for this? I know for a fact every gecko that you produce and every gecko I produce and every gecko that Gourmet Rodent produces, every gecko that Seth produces, every gecko that David produces, they're all not living right now. Every gecko produced last year is not alive right now.
Not everyone, no.
And I'm going to do the best I can to prevent. I'm not going to breed Lemon Frost just to breed Lemon Frost. I'm not going to breed Enigma. I'm going to set up my people for the biggest success. It's not going to be my breeding the bad genetics to kill the animal.
Yeah, it's not genetics. That's what is unethical, is the genetics, not the person who buys the animal. You have no control over anything that once it leaves you, you have no control over.
Once it leaves you don't have any control over any gecko you produce once it leaves you.
But before you put it up there, you do.
I'm not going to set my people up for failure.
Mm-hmm. That's the difference.
But I'm telling you, your morals. You're one of the ones I trust. You're one of the ones I trust. Dude, I've sold. I bred tegus. Tegus, and I produced 12 eggs.
I can't stop laughing because of what. Oh, sorry. I don't mean to laugh, but Game of Morphs there.
Because I'm not breeding something to set the people up for failure. It's their failure doing it, not my failure. Not yours. I'm putting out the best geckos I can. So my geckos, given the right care, will live. A Lemon Frost is going to set them up for failure.
99% of the time.
Enigma is going to set them up for failure.
It could. You see, here's the deal. If I buy when I'm new, and I buy gecko from Gary and it lives and everything like that and everything goes perfectly, the chances are I'm going to buy more geckos. I buy one from you and it gets a disease and dies and all that. I'm going to say, well, who wants to be in this junky hobby? Because look what's going to happen. Everything dies, upsets you, destroys you.
And it's not out of sight, out of mind. Is it your motto that you breed animals with tumors to try to get views? Is it only about views for you? Is it only about subscriptions for you?
Oh, my nose itches, man. The thing I'm thinking is, now I'm not going to say, I don't know for fact, Frank, but I think you do the lemon frost thing because that one gets your most views, I bet you, if you go back and look at your channel. I bet you get more views on that than you do your other ones. I don't know that for fact, but that's just my opinion.
I told you what I feel, and you keep going back to wholesale. So, well, you're wholesaling too, so you're double dipping, right? This is what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not setting them up. I breed the best geckos I can. I do. There's no one that out qualities me.
See, the difference is you're setting them up to at least almost guaranteed success, where the lemon frost is almost guaranteed failure. The Enigma's guaranteed failure.
And if his geckos, out of even the siblings, because they have proven that it goes to a breeding project and kills someone's, puts tumors in their collection, that's bad.
Okay, well, here's the thing, though. You might be just studying it, but then people are going to be like, why am I going to buy from him? Because I don't know if he's putting out the siblings. See?
But that's what I'm trying to tell him, and he's not getting it. He acts like I'm not just talking about the lemon frost. I'm talking about your genetics and shitting on what we've built and trying to teach people so we're not corn snakes and ball pythons and we just breed anything to anything, so we keep track of what we do because we're not lazy. It's all about the views. He doesn't care. I agree. It's about views. I could care less. If I put out a channel, I get 10 views. I don't care. I would rather take care of that kid.
I put videos out that only get 10 views. I like the video. The video I thought was good today with the porno music in it and the geckos breeding. Probably only got like 20 views today.
So I wish he would just change a few things, but he's not going to. It doesn't matter. He's not going to. It's just not going to happen. He's going to breed lemon frost, and he's going to find out. He'll find out the hard way, and it's really hard for things to rebound.
And that's another thing. He's only telling you because he wants you to succeed.
But the thing is, you keep going to USLA and saying one. Okay. It's not about knowledge because some of your knowledge is not correct because you're not doing the research enough. Your laziness is clear in your videos. And I'll go right back to the Matt Baronic thing. You didn't even know his name. You don't even know the name, and you've said it in your videos. You don't care about the history. It's about the present day. So it's not about knowledge. It's about you messing up and fixing your mistakes and telling people that you've known it the whole time. And it's about views to you. It's about views and about clicks because you keep bringing it up. Like, I got more views than you. I got more subscribers than you. Okay, cool. Well, you breed that lemon frost and do what you need to do. And you keep not doing the research and putting out them videos without the knowledge that you should have. Because guess what? Breeding leopard geckos is pretty freaking easy. And the research and the history is pretty freaking easy for what you've been putting out and you're getting it wrong.
Well, if you're doing it for documentation, I don't understand what you're trying to figure out. I don't understand what you would need to document it for. Then
he's a scientist. He must be a veterinarian and a scientist. He's cutting them open and doing what these guys are doing. And UCLA doesn't know what they're talking about. The veterinarians that did the research don't know what they're talking about. The people in the UK don't know what they're talking about. It needs to be frank.
I don't understand because if they breed it so much over in Europe for the studies, what do you need to study it for? I'm sure you can log on to any one of them places over there and get the information you want. Yeah,
I know, Miles. I'm getting caught up in bull. I know. You need to text me and tell me to get off. You seriously do. But, dude, I'm telling you, Dame, I'm not going to go through all your videos. I just went off that one. That's it right now. I'm not going to go through all your videos like you're saying that,
Yeah, no, it's not. You could have stopped that video. You said it's too late at that point. At that point, you still could have stopped the video. You could have took the video down once it went up if you realized you made a mistake and redid the whole thing.
Miles is right though. It had to be. It had to be. Someone had to tell me. It's like talking. It's like talking to nothing. Miles, I love you.
True. We all do, Miles. Yeah, we've been on for like 4 hours anyway, so it's
I know.
at that time.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, Miles. See, it's us. I get really into this, and I tried. No one can say I didn't try.
You see what Seth said, right? We need to study the effects of his followings.
I guess. I mean, that's what I'm saying is I apologize to the listeners. I get caught up in this, and sometimes it takes someone to tell me. It just 100%, and no one can say I didn't try. I'm honest. I'm blunt. I didn't try. I try, and I've tried many times. And and ready for this, just so everyone knows, I've kept my promises and not said things that I shouldn't.
Dab Exotics is on here. Miles is awesome.
There's Dylan. I love Dylan.
We thought you were awesome, Dylan.
It might be Brittany though. Might be Brittany. It might be Brittany, but I think it's Dylan. That might be both of them because I love them both. Hey guys, look it.
You know what? We should get Dab Exotics, Seth, and Impeccable Geckos on a round table.
And talk about positivity.
Miles.
I need a positivity. Next about this positivity. 100%.
All positivity. I think my females got a. Oh, I got a good breeding video if people want to talk about positivity.
Yeah, I think we need to do a round table and do something big and do something positive.
Positive talk on here though.
Yeah, do a round table. Yes, we need to do a round table. So Dylan, if you hear this, well, you're on, and Miles, you want this, we'll get Seth on. We'll get all these people on. Dylan is a name, guys, that you guys need to know because Dylan is underrated when it comes to things. He's a machine. I've said if Dylan's need to watch this 4-hour video, like this podcast, you'll hear what I said about you earlier. Dylan is
all positive talk.
Dylan is amazing. I can't say enough about Dylan and Brittany. Do a round table. We need to do a round table. We need to do something. Dude, I love you, brother. It's awesome. And Miles, I got caught up in it, man. Band-Aid on the thumb. That'd be awesome. Round table. See, now I got my people.
Yeah, it'll be all positive. We won't talk nothing bad.
Yeah, I get caught up into it, guys. It takes a lot for me to get going.
That's because you have a passion. You're passionate about the hobby. That's what it is.
Yeah. And sometimes it's just no, it's all good. Yeah, we're good. I don't even know what the listeners were like. I don't know how many people are listening right now.
I don't know how many are listening now. Well, there's 8 on here now on YouTube itself, but that's not everything
13 total still listening.
For 4 hours. Wow.
Yeah, so we had a long one day, guys. And the last 2 hours was kind of like, it was just kind of arguing with somebody, and I apologize for that. I apologize to my listener. I shouldn't be doing that. I hate drama as it is. I hate it.
I don't like it either.
And
I just couldn't take all the negative talking. You know, I was getting messages and everything from me calling him stupid. I was like, my God.
The thing is I care about the hobby, and so does everyone else. But I guess I need to go back to just not believing he's there anymore. You know, just forgetting about it. But I don't know. It is what it is. It is what it is. We can do a round table. We can get Miles on here. We can talk about Dab. We can talk about some ghosty ghosts, like true ghost.
Not like Miles ghost, right?
Yeah, not the Miles ghost, like the true ghost, the leopard gecko. Miles ain't never allowed to leave the hobby. I'll go down there and beat him up. Well, he might ninja me. He's got longer hair than me. I try to style mine.
You know, I just wish Impeccable Geckos there, Miles, would do more videos. He's got some good videos, man. The ones that he does have up.
The podcasts and stuff, and the stuff what Miles produces is insane. He's insane. Dab Exotics is producing some insane stuff. Seth is producing insane stuff.
Okay, if we do it, And we do get it on. I think everybody should bring one animal so you can show at least one animal.
Friend of mine made that for me. She's awesome. Yeah. I can't believe we're on 4 hours. 4 hours and 10 minutes. Jeez. Oh,
It's the longest one yet.
Yeah, I can't believe it. And I apologize to people. I feel bad now. I'm glad Miles logged on and told me that.
Yeah.
He brought me
Logged
down.
on to see this.
Dude, it's
Brought
just
you down to earth.
illogical. Gaslight. Waste of space and your life is too short if you did. And Miles is 100% right. I love Miles. 100%. 100%.
True.
And
True.
I just needed family
That's
to
it.
tell
We'll
me.
never bring it up again. Done. Washed our hands of it.
I'm over it. Yeah, so we get going on some other leopard gecko, leopard. Look at I got gray hair already from it. Freaking A. Got diet now. No, buddy. No, Miles, you're 100% correct. Like, dude, you guys don't even know how many times I've talked to Miles and he just kind of like knows what to say to set me back to, knows how to do it. It's just the way it is. He's good. I had a good time as usual. I love it. I got emotional there for a minute. That's all good. I'm gonna breed geckos. Everyone's gonna breed geckos. They're gonna have an awesome year. Make sure you guys go to scaledupexpos.com and go to their Facebook. Look up Dab Exotics. See that Dab Exotics in the chat right now? Go check that out. I'm telling you guys. You guys got to see it.
Yeah.
He's worked 1,000 hours con artist. Yes, you have. Miles is good people's. I love him. So, all right, guys. Is there anything you want to add? I can't believe it's this late.
No. Yep. No. Check out my porno I put up today, though. I'll tell you.
Yeah, you did put up porno today.
Yeah, it got good music to it too, man.
Yeah, it was. I was getting jiggy with it. That was awesome. I love it. That male is huge, though.
Oh, he's ginormous.
I mean, that female has to be 50 to 60 grams.
Yep, and he's a monster. I kid you not.
I was like, that poor little girl. So, all right, guys, we're out.
Peace.
Thank you.